And may I request the presence of Mr. Alexander Atta. Please put your hands together for him.
I will bow ahead again this morning. It has pleased you that we are all here again. It is not by chance, and it is not an accident. You have a goal and a purpose in your heart to achieve today, and that you are about to do. And so, Father, we ask that your presence tabernacle in this place in the name of Jesus. The Lord, as we have gathered, you prepare our hearts to receive that which you have planned for today, and for the resource persons you have brought to deliver that which they have prepared to deliver. We ask that beyond them, you will walk through them, and you will pass through them, and you reach out unto us in the name of Jesus. And at the end of the day, Lord, let it not be wasted effort. Let it not be that we have just converged here for the sake of coming, but that at the end of it all, this university will move forward, we will move forward, amen, and everything that is packaged for this glory be released in the name of Jesus. Amen. We thank you, our Father, and our God. Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Lord, it is time to take the national anthem and the university anthem. Please, may I request the presence of Mr. Sanni to help us on this one. Mr. Sanni, thank you very much.
Arise, O compatriot. One, go. Arise, O compatriot. Now day to serve.
At this time, it is with profound humility and total respect that I humbly request the presence of the Vice Chancellor for his opening remarks. The Vice Chancellor, sir, please put your hands together for him.
Well, you had the arm, I to each. Then you can make it a remark. Well, I want to welcome all of you to this important aspect of our duty in the university. The big difference between the university and the secondary school is that whereas in the secondary school the focus is about teaching and learning, in the university we have three cardinal objectives. One is teaching, the second one is research, and the third one is community service. And it appears the second one, which is research, actually anchors the rest, because if you are to progress in your career within the university, you must focus on research, because without research you may not have any meaningful publication, and without meaningful publication you really may not be able to climb the ladder of your career as an academic staff. And therefore research seems to be very, very important. Not only to you as a person, very important to the university, and not only to the university, to the nation as a whole, because there's no way the nation can develop if it does not have human resource required to make meaningful inputs into its progress. And you cannot have progress without adequate research. Looking into problems, trying to provide solutions to the problems, and then try to see how our brain, our intellect can actually be used to enhance the development of our nation. And that is why we have thought that, yeah, we have started where we have tried the first year teaching and all that, and I think it's the right time we also look into the need for us to be engaged in research activity, which is very, very important. With research, if you are able to build a very good research capability, it will enhance our status, it will enhance our productivity, it's also going to enhance our outlook as a university, and also make us relevant to the development of our economy or as a nation, as the case may be. In the university, if you are employed as an academic staff, and all you can do is to your office, from there to lecture room, and then no research, no meaningful research. The implication is that, yes, possibly, for the first few cadre, you may skate through, maybe through politics, maybe through begging here and there, maybe through appeal to this and that. But as you move on, if you do not have people, there's no amount of politics that can actually help you. There is no amount of I know A or B that can actually help you. Because when the chiefs are done, the real thing will be, does he have a publication? And you cannot have publication without adequate research. In the past, we have seen people publishing in a series of junk journals, predatory journals as the name implies. But today, one thing has come to bear that if you actually want to move, you really must publish in an international journal, not only that, journal with high impact factor. And to publish in a journal with high impact factor implies that you must know what it takes. You must actually learn the art of research and then be able to put things together as it's supposed to be. Today, we are blessed with three erudite scholars. We have Professor Sanni here, Adebayo, and then Dr. Afolabi. Incidentally, they are from FUNAB. They are just here to pay their due as the mentor to the university. So they are here to do their work. So see them as your friends, interact with them. They have been involved in research in various aspects, and they actually contributed positively to their university. It should be good that we listen to them. They'll be able to tell us how we can actually carry out meaningful research, how we can source for research grants. Another important aspect is that you need funds to actually do research. Research is not done through mouth. You need funds to do research. Even if it's to distribute, what do they call it? Questionnaire. You still need funds to do that. You want to do analysis, you may require that you want to buy one software or the other. So you require funds to do that. So they will let us know from their experience how they've been able to weather through all this. And now we can leverage on their experience and then be able to do meaningful research as a young university, and then be able to impart. May get grants from federal government, and then they may get grants which other organizations from third fund that we are fighting tooth and nail now, they may easily get fund from them. But for private university, the story is not the same. It then implies that we have to struggle for everything. And to struggle for everything, I think I'm okay like this. I believe you can all hear me.
Yes, sir.
It then means that we must think out of the box. We must look at where we can get a fund to be able to do meaningful research. The provider might not be able to provide funding for research, but that does not mean that we cannot do research. There are quite a number of organizations that we can contact and then be able to get funding for research. And that's why the idea to let us know those organizations and yourself, how we can begin to some of the things that we're doing, and then how we can form research groups, and then be able to work together and then have impactful research group that can transform our lives as well as our university. My hope and prayer is that within the 48 hours that we're going to spend together, we've already taken about 12 out of 48, so the remaining about 36. It's my prayer that we will get something meaningful, then we will be more involved in research activities. Not only that, we also create time to interact with other research groups outside our immediate environment. Good enough, we have internet facilities. It does not mean that you have to be in the US before you have an alliance with somebody there. It doesn't mean that you have to be in Germany physically before you can do a collaboration with someone else there. So that's not it. That's the essence of the internet. There are quite a number of things that we can do via internet and then that can help us. Please leverage on this, and as they talk to us, I will also briefly around before I disappear. My hope is that after this lecture, we will begin to get involved in meaningful research activities. Majority of us here are in the rank of lecturer 1 and down, and that means that we have a lot of work to do if we are to climb the ladder quickly. We have to those who are professors and then who are retired and not tired, we can benefit from their experience also, and they will be able to teach us, help us, advise us, guide us, and now we can do meaningful research. It is not good that you publish 12 journal articles, and when it's time for you to be promoted, all the 12 are reduced to just one journal article. It's a disaster, and I see it happening here. I've seen some of the things we say we publish. When it comes to the actual time for promotion, yeah, for lecturer 2, lecturer 1, quite a lot of things we can overlook, even to senior lecturer level. But by the time you want to begin to associate, it requires a lot to associate. And then they will tell you that the 20 paper you think you have is actually does not worth one. And then you then begin to, that's the truth. So, and then you begin to think, where will I start from again? But if you learn the hard early enough, it's going to help you a lot. And then you'll be able to focus. There's no point. What we should have put together as just one computation, we don't divide it. That's what many people do. You just have one thing, and then you put the leg, this journal, the hand, this journal, the head, that journal, and then you say you have one computation. When it gets to the expert, it's going to tell you that what you want. And that's the problem, why you see that it's a bit difficult for some people to move quickly along the ladder, and before you know it, then you form a political organization on campus, and then you begin to form a group. Unfortunately, this is a private university. Once we discover that you are forming a sinister group, we quickly pray you out of the system and then and replace you immediately. I have a prayer warrior group led by Professor Adebayo. We quickly pray you out of the system so that we can have a sanity. So please.
We're moving next to the item on the agenda, and at this point we are briefly required to go out of this place to have our group photograph. Thank you very much for doing so.
He's a professor of food science and technology. The immediate past national president of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, and the current president of the International Society for Tropical Root Crops, Africa branch. At FUNAB, he is our dean of the College of Food Science and Human Ecology. Within almost 25 years of academic career, he would by now be the staff with the highest gross earning in research grants in the university. So he will share some of his experiences with us today. I also have a younger academic who seems to have disappeared in the range of black suits. Okay. He should have worn his native too. Dr. Niyi Afolabi be able to work with us, early career scientists, on how to actually source for grant and start an academic career with funded research. If you listen carefully to the Vice Chancellor, even though you have three primary roles of teaching, research, and community service, the only basis of your career advancement and promotion is research. And there's a difference between funded research and other research. When you use your salary to do research in serious academic environment, that is not really research. You are just satisfying your curiosity. To do research, it's plenty of money beyond what your salary should be able to cover. So your ability to win competitive grants is an hallmark of academic excellence. So I'm very delighted this morning to be here at the invitation of the university management to rub minds with you. Because many of the things we'll be talking about, you may have heard it at one point or the other, or read it at one point or the other. All we will do is to rub mind with you on how to make that happen for your career and for your university in real terms. And we will bring examples from our own work to rub mind with you. Now, most of the work that you will be doing, you have to realize that there is a personal angle to it. If you are not interested, possibly nobody else will be interested. So you need to develop a culture. So I'm very glad that even though Mountain Top University is a young university, it has taken time out for its academic staff to do this. We are just about 27 years old. We didn't do our first organized activity to get our academics to do grants until we're about 15 years old. So you are at an advantage. And I'm sure many of the older colleagues in this room will tell you that before the days of computer, research was different. Nowadays, research is a lot easier, collaboration is a lot easier, and you can use all of that to advantage. So during these next 2 days, we will take you through a practical process. It will start with Dr. Afolabi coming out to show us all the possible areas where we can look for grants opportunity. We are very glad that you have brought us to your computer lab here. And I understand that all these computers are internet ready. So we will go online and assess some of these. We have taken care to look at a range of opportunities. Because all three of us are based in sciences, we are tilted towards science, but there's also non-science funding opportunities that will be shared with you by Dr. Afolabi. There are 2 interactive sessions. The first will take you through the process of completing a research grant application form. And then the second will take you through the essential things, the essential ingredients you need to look at in managing a foreign grant. What makes it different from when you are doing a research with your own salary? But before he will round up, he will then give you an assignment, which will take all the things that Dr. Afolabi will talk about and all the things that he has told you up to that time at about 2 o'clock. You will go online in groups. You will identify funding opportunities that are relevant based on the guidelines that have been provided or other things that you already know even before you come here. You will discuss these opportunities and identify on those grant opportunities. Then an academic work is a 24-hour job. It's not an 8-hour job. Even when you are sleeping, you are dreaming of what you need to do. So we have closed for today. Immediately you get home, your brain, what should come next? You can wake up at night, 3 a.m. and realize that some ideas are flowing and quickly put them down. This is the nature of our job. And it's called academic freedom in some parts. And that freedom you can use to your advantage or to your disadvantage. I want you to use it to your advantage. So tonight, good news is some of you will not see. The kind of opportunities that you identified during the group session, some of you will work on it overnight. By the time you come here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, actually 9 o'clock, so we are even lucky, you have to come earlier. 5 of you from different groups will come up here and spend 20 minutes to share their experiences with you. Which aspect of the form do they find very easy to complete? Which guidelines are unclear? What is it about the application that they think, oh, this is a piece of cake? What aspect of the application do they think, oh, as a private university, you might have some challenge here? So we'll bring all of that out. Then I will lead another round of discussion to look at those issues and to see how do we overcome them. After that session, then we will talk about how do you leverage the grants even after you've won them. Because when you win one grant, it's just the foundation for another grant. Okay? It's not, oh, I've won this, and then you hide this in one corner. If you do that, chances are that you are not going to win another one very, very quickly. So we'll talk about how we leverage grants, and we'll share with you our experiences at FUNAB. I am, at the moment, the Director of Grants Management at FUNAB. I have been lucky to work with Professor Sanni on many of his grants, and in that group of experiences, there are a number of things that I will share with you on how you use one grant as the opportunity to another grant. Then we will have a wrap-up session where you will share with us your fears, some experiences that you've had in the past, some opportunities that you think is out there, and then we will then give you the linkage. The Vice Chancellor mentioned the fact that FUNAB is, so we are intertwined by decree and by faith. Whether we like it or not. By everything. So, we should use that to advantage. I think there's a wisdom in that, which means that we are a federal university. If there are things that you think, oh, as a private university, we might have a challenge, you can call on us. And then we can work together on this. And believe me, even though our name is University of Agriculture, we have a College of Management Sciences, we have a College of Engineering, full-fledged engineering, civil, mechanical, electronic, and the natural sciences, both the physical and the biosciences. So don't think we are only agriculture to the core. Okay? We even have language, communication and language, which takes care of our general studies. So there are always people to call on in Ibadan. And Unilag is also not far from you. And there is no limit to your collaboration. So this is where I will stop now and then invite Dr. Afolabi to lead us in the first round of discussion.
How to source funds. How to source for grants and funds, or grants majorly. If we want to see what is grant, we see grant is funding, typically given by an organization. The organization could be government, corporation, foundation, trusts, individuals too, endowments, commercials, which would be industry, NGOs, etc. Usually for a specific project or because the recipient met certain criteria. And let me see here that a grant will be given. So if we look at this definition, we are looking at funding, we are looking at organization, we are looking at specific project and certain criteria. These 14, if you roll up every other thing, we have funding, organization, specific project, and certain criteria. All we need is to link the dots between them to each other, and we have our grants. And that is what I'm going to do today. Basically, I'm focusing on the research grants, and then it's linking these things that can bring in the grants. I just use money to represent grants. Grants will be in any form, it's not just money. So a research grant, we just use the name. It's a grant that funds research. It's as simple as that. Now let's look at how do we source for research grants. Number one, you determine the funding needs. Number two, you identify the funding source, that's the grant agency, and you write a proposal. Now, you will notice that I never said anything about what you are doing, whatever your research line is. The reason is that in identifying the funding needs, if they want to do musical contest now, there is a grant for it. I'm sure somebody like me will never apply. So you apply for your own field, but you need to know what those funding agencies need. And the first thing we do when we are determining, let's look at determining the funding needs first. What exactly? We will move to the practical session very soon, so please, let's just take this one for now. Grants are often used to fund research, procurement of equipment, this is common with headphones and the rest of them. Organizing training and seminars. There are grants that we can use for this type of seminar that some other organizations will pay for it. Advocacy. Most of these HIV, advocacy, dog rights, human rights, they usually get a grant for them. But 90% of HIV awareness, if not 99%, are done with grants. Community improvement is there too, and infrastructural development. Let me announce that a copy of this, the PDF file of this thing will be given later. I will tell you where to look for things for the technical session. So let's just go now. These are some of the areas grants can be used for. So let's now focus on the type of research grants. We can have research training, researchers training. They can fund your trip abroad to learn how to use an equipment. That's one of the areas that you can use grants for. Researchers development. You can even have a PhD and the rest of them with grants. I have a master's student presently that we won a grant for. In fact, we won it before they came in. And 3 of them enjoyed free nutrition. All the chemicals were bought with that grant. I will move to that one later. Researcher support, project-based, project planning and development, and institutional support. You may win a very big grant and they tell them that, okay, we don't have internet facility, and that grant can do it for your university. It's not just for your own individual research alone that you can win. So let's now see how we can identify the granting, the funding agents. And you need to answer just 3 questions. Who, what, and where. Who refers to who or what is the fund-seeking entity. I hope you can hear me at the back. Okay, thank you. Because my voice is as tall as me. Who or what is the fund-seeking entity? Whether it's an individual or an organization, whether it's government or for a business. Once you can identify this one, it helps you when you are drafting your proposal. The second thing is what aspect. What would the funding be used for? What are they going to sponsor in part of your research? Is it the research itself, tuition, traveling expenses, art projects, or whatever? And where is the entity and or purpose for the money, domestic or international? Whatever we say, geography matters to granting agencies when you are applying for grants. If even within Nigeria, when Lagos State was sponsoring waste disposal, it did not extend it to Ogun State. If you write a very beautiful proposal and you pick Mumbai here, you've lost it. The cost is Lagos State. And the same thing with grants. So you have to understand all these things before you write your proposal at all. Now, identifying the source of grants, and this is the major thing that I want to speak about. That's why I put it in quotes. How do we find granting agencies? In the old, they do live research. You go into the library and you use them. These days, I think online search is faster, and we will do one today. Now, this is one area. I don't know what, let's assume that your research area is nutrition. If you just key in nutrition in Google, for instance, you should expect maybe 10 million hits. Now, when you can go to Google Scholar or the rest of them, when you are searching, let me give you just this mock. Immediately you put in your keyword, look at the first 5 or 6, they are usually adverts. They will put ad in a circle on top. Don't bother to open them. At the end of it, they will ask you for money. Leave those ones and move to maybe page 2. And that is where you start looking at them. Now, I will give us some list of granting agents. Journals too. You can get your agency. And let me teach you the secret. When you are drafting your proposal and you are using international journals, please go to the acknowledgement part. Most of us don't read that part. You will see that social research was sponsored by, just note them down. Go and search them. Whoever sponsors a particular research has the tendency to sponsor that thing again. This is one area of journal. At the last part, we say acknowledgement, and they will state whoever the granting agency is. That's another means of getting it. Past projects. If you look at past project that is close to your work, go and see if they had sponsor, whom the sponsor is. May equally sponsor your own. Consultation too. If you look online these days, most of the agency that those ones that collate different donors, you will subscribe. They will put a subscription fee there. They will give you small one and tell you if you want bigger one. It has reached that level. What we are doing here is more or less a consultancy service, and that's one too. And this one is as important as every other one. Word of mouth. Ask people who win it. Ask people who are your senior. Did you get a sponsor for it? How did you do it? Most of us don't bother with this very important thing. Instead, we want to know where they get the next dollars. And we talk about that one, we don't ask people. That's why at every international conference there is a break. If you are going for international conference, please profile everybody that is coming, especially the international one, and see the one you can key into. It's another area too. Now, these are some of the granting agencies. I just listed some. For now, I won't give you time to write it, but I want you to note, please, write down the following. We will talk about twice. Interestingly enough, all three of all, okay, we'll say from God, which is true. Now, I don't think anybody can really answer that question, but there are certain things that we can do. My Prof will tell you that you are doing research. That means somebody has searched before. We are only researching. In that thing, you can go to the books, the internet. It can ginger your idea. What I always advise my PG students is to read minimum of 50 journals. And I pick recent journals. When I say recent, 3 years is recent. And I hope you know that there are 2018 journals already. Yes, published journals, 2018 journals. Food chemistry is already in 2018. If you submit your paper today, to probably be 2019 before they publish it. So current means 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014 is patient, when you are just getting an idea. Because it's fresh, and that is one area you should look at. Now, my mom will say, there is a limit to what book can give us. We have this lock-in thinking. I will give you 2 examples. Number one happened in the US. The first exterior lift. The science, I think it was an hotel in the US that have heavy traffic and they need extra lifts. And they wanted to put an extra lift in an already existing hotel. What they did was, the engineers came, they look for the best size, and you know how engineers will draw everything, and they had finished everything. They look at the number of days they will need to close the reception, and the cleaner was in the lobby hearing them. He was just standing there, and they asked them, what are you trying to do? They told him that they want to put it will go through this place. He said, why? Why destroy this one? He said, well, there is no there. He said, why not put it outside? Is it not just to work for everybody look at themselves? And that's what they did at the end of the day. The question is, why didn't the professors think down? I will give you another example. This one happened in my university. In my university, we have schools that we used to convey students from camp to the main campus. There was every year we do our ritual and post-jam exam. If they are having post-jam before, I don't bother to go to the university because it's very rowdy. You know, every parent will come with a card and the auntie will follow them. One particular year, a driver got fed up and was fainting, was angry. Do they want to kill us? Blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, later he did not know. The vice chancellor was standing near, our former vice chancellor was standing nearby. So when he finished fainting, and that one called him, and he asked an application for the we are ready so. In anger, the guy said, I'm not married. Okay, what's your problem? And he explained, the traffic is too much. You know they drive long buses before they can turn between the campus. The traffic is too much, blah, 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 blah. And he said, okay, what can we do? He said, fine. Why not ask parents to stop at the gate? And we'll use the bus to convey them. The following day it was implemented. It's almost 5 years now. That is what we do. The school is neater and everything. It's a driver that got angry. We have a special committee headed by the professor, Marcos, they have everything there. Why can't they think it out? Because when you are in this education world, we get detached from the society. So when you are drafting your proposal, don't get detached, please. When you finish, that is where you need somebody else to help you. Now let's quickly look at what we do for the criminals. Thoroughness is a major thing. You have to be very thorough. There will never be a second chance. Another thing is strict rules look so small, especially in budgeting. If they say the grant is for 10 million naira, don't let your budget be 10 million and 200 naira. You know 200 naira book is significant. In our granting office, I was a coordinator where Professor Adebayo is the director. When the grant, from just now, when we are applying for grant, and we announced that it's 2 million naira, it's just the purpose that we give it to. They have a checklist. They just look at your grant, they don't even read it. Is it 2 million naira? If it's no, they cancel you. Is it what format? Is it 10 pages? If it's 11, even if your grant, if your proposal is to cure HIV, nobody will read it. And at that level of insignificance, the grant is up. So please, who give they said the private that take the terms. If a granting agency says this is what you want, if you don't like it, you don't apply for it. If you are two researchers and peers, we need this seeking advice. This is a university. If for instance, I think, okay, I know, because I know Balance is my friend and you are a staff. The vice chancellor is a geophysicist. I'm a chemist and I write a proposal. I think if I want input in the technical account, I should go to meet a chemist. But because I know it will end me good look from the VC, I can take it to him. He will give me advice, or I will tell you the kind of advice I will get later. So know what you are going to ask for from people. If you are going for advice, please know what you are going to. Seek advice from trusted people to help you improve your proposal. It's one thing to seek advice. Now another area where we listen and we behave like them, this is what my undergraduate student will do too. They will tell you that they don't understand something and drop it to your table and ask them what have you done before. If you are going to seek help, please finish your proposal first. Look for the areas where you need help and go and meet them. There was a time, there was a call for 2 years ago for $3 million EU grant, and I wanted to have, and I actually had, and I wanted to seek advice. Do you all think I will go and meet? Professor Adebayo is in an extension. I'm in chemistry. I doubt if he can balance an equation now, but I want to meet him. Why? Because he's handling an $18 million grant. Giants kill giants. I mean, it takes a giant killer to kill another one. If I go and meet my colleague in the office, we are still at the same level. I need something higher. Did he read my proposal? No. I just, because I know he's a busy man, I actually met him on a Sunday at another meeting. And that's another key. Please, if you are seeking help, know that you are seeking help. The man that is going to give you, you are the one that will take your leg to go and meet him, not the other way around. So when I went to meet him there, I just this area I don't understand. He did not even read through the proposal. He did not take in 30 minutes, but I know that 30 minutes was very beneficial. Set your own deadline and please keep it. If the deadline is on the 10th, don't try to set that deadline on 10th. If the proposal will end on 10th, especially with international, please pick on the 4th as your own deadline. I always give 1 week. I'll tell you why. It may be the day you want to send it, if it's the last day. That's the day NEPA will strike. All the data will lock up, and before you know, and you will sit down. You can't explain to international people. In fact, I know some sites, immediately is deadline, that's it close up. Once you see it, you just say, sorry, wait for next year. System will automatically reject your work. Duration and the rest of them are equally important. Now, let me go to the proposal content. This proposal content, we have title, abstract, and summary. I can assure you that by the time they reach that number 3, 60% of the proposal are out. Title alone, summary, that's our abstract, and then introduction. Most of these people don't read it. Now, another area you should note, we do it in our grant office. When we are giving grants, we have 5 people that review it. Only 1 or 2 are the technical, that is those in those areas. A chemistry job can be given to somebody that study physiology or psychology. He will not read all your balance equation. He just want to put something. So in these 3 parts, please don't be too technical. When you move to literature review, you can go into your, if mathematical people, if they give me their stuff, it's history to me, because I don't even understand them. If physics, you see all those big equations, it doesn't mean much to me, and I'm in the team. So these first three are very important. Another area that is important is objective. Please itemize it and state it clearly. Another area is methodology. They want to know if you can actually do it. Another area is budget and budget justification. Please, even in UNAB, when we give out grants and we say we want 2 million, there was a time we gave out a grant of 1 to 1.5 million. If you put 950,000 naira, we reject you. We are not asking you to help us manage our fund. We want a grant. If you see a grant that is 10 million naira, now you don't need to pad your budget. There are ways to do it. If you find out that the money you will spend is 8 million and you are applying for it, put equipment there. If you are not the type that buy equipment, put extra traveling. Put a jeep like my Oga, and you will meet up that thing. You understand what I'm saying? You are not saving them, you are not helping them. If you are below, they reject you. If you are above, they reject you. However, if for instance 10 million and you are actually going to spend 10 million, let's say 10 million and 500,000 naira, please, you have to justify where you will get the extra money. It is compulsory. Otherwise, because they don't want to go above it. Finally, upon all I've said, I just want you to realize that between 5 to 20% of good proposals receive fundings. So that's less than a quarter. Less than 5% of grant winners win on their first attempt. And I can bet my last cover that multiple grant winners, none will say they win every time they apply. There is no statistic for that, but I'm very, very sure. If you are a multiple winner, that every single thing you apply for, you're at God level. Don't apply for one grant and stop. Because you did not win. Apply for as many grants as you can. There is an interesting story in the Bible. It's in 2 Kings 13, 18 and 19 is the part about King Joash, I think, when he went to meet Elisha and the man of God said, strike the ground with your arrow. And he did it 3 times. And the man was sick. He said, why did you stop? So please, if you did not win, don't wait for another man of God to tell you why did you stop. It's not everybody. The 3 million euro grant that I told you about, I missed it. And I learned another lesson. And that lesson is that, the lesson I learned is that it's actually a concept note. And I stopped at concept note. Please, if you are drafting a proposal for grant, first of all, leave the form. Drive your proposal from the beginning to the end first, before you now use it for the form. You can do cut and paste later and fit it into their own code. Don't say they ask you for just abstract. Even in paper writing, you know some organization will just ask you for the abstract. Please write the whole paper first. You will find out that when they ask you to send the paper, there will be a problem. You may find out that one of the facts that you think you had before have changed. And you have problem. With grants, there is no second chance. And you are competing with whoever and everybody. Well, I don't know how this will happen. There is an element of favor. You can call it blessing, you can call it luck. There is this element in grant winning. You can do everything right and miss it. However, you can't do everything wrong and win it. One of the things why 419 people succeed in Nigeria is that you will just open your laptop and they tell me I win 20 million. I don't play lotto. I don't play gamble. Why should I respond? So in the same way, if you do everything wrong, don't expect anything. However, you can do everything right and win it. And I'll round up with what Apostle Paul said. I planted, Apollo water, but God gave the increase. Now, that is all I think that happened. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Now we have a generic talk. This is actually a walk. We will have our break soon, but before we have our break, I want everybody to go back. I've given you IFS. You remember TWAS, Codestria, and then TETFOND. Please, you are on the internet. You go on the internet. I can tell you that IFS call will be out in about a month's time, and it's $12,000. I know it's a small money, but if you win it and you don't know what to do, please, I mean, phone out. I will tell you, we are very good at spending money. No, we can mentor them in that regard. I won my IFS grant as a PhD student. Professor Adebayo won his IFS grant as a PhD student. Professor Sanni won his IFS grant as a PhD student. It's $12,000. At least those in science can apply for that one. You have a gap of about 2 months. Please, you can download that one. It's for those at 35 and below. For those in social science, Codestria will be good for you. TWAS is for everybody. Now, if you are a professor and you don't really need IFS, please, if you have a PhD student or master student, okay, if you have not won it before, you can't apply. Okay, but you can apply for TWAS for them, because they will still give them and they will recognize you. And then if you are that older, if you have won that George Foster and the rest of them, you have the chance of sponsoring someone too. So please, because this is the technical session, we expect everybody to download at least a form. When Professor Sanni come on after our break, he will tell us what we will do. Please download any of those 4 forms now. Let me go back.
For those who want to ask questions, number 1, my lady at that end. Any other questions or comments? We will take only one. For those who want to ask questions, number 1, my lady at that end. Any other questions or comments? We will take only one.
You can sit down.
Okay, I'd like to stand up. Thank you.
I'm a teacher, please sit down.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, I want to ask regarding concept notes and proper proposal. I understand that most of these funding bodies, particularly outside the country, you need to have a host at times to be able to get some of the funding.
That's true.
Now, you want your host and you to be on the same line or the same page. You want to express what you are going to be working on to your host. Most times they don't want to read something that is too lengthy. So I want to know which is best and what does it entail?
Thank you very much. The question is that between research proposal, what's the difference? That's number 1. The second one is about foreign collaborators. I was in a hurry to finish within the stipulated time. Let me talk about concept note. The 3 million euro grant I told you about was actually concept note. And I think part of the reason why I missed it is that because I treated the concept note as concept note. Concept note is usually done for 3 reasons. Number 1, they, especially international grant, once it's heavy, they want you to send in your concept note first. They don't want to do too much screening. They know their areas. So once they see that, okay, we will pick the following, they give maybe 50 or 30 of you and ask you to develop it free. They can even link 2 or 3 of you together. You know, different people apply. If, for instance, you apply, please man, what's your food science? If you apply for the nutrition of plantain, and another man apply for the nutrition of banana, it's close. But you don't know, they can link the 2 of you together because you send in a concept note that the 2 of you can work together and one of you finish it. It's common with foreign body. They use it to do the screening. They want to know who is really serious. And in that way, now which one is better? You don't even need to trouble yourself. The donor will tell you what he wants at a particular time. Usually those that ask for concept note will now ask those who are successful at the first stage for the full paper. And that is the advice I give you. Please, if they ask you for concept notes, write the entire proposal first. For that IFS and the rest of them, please, just see what they want. Don't fill the form yet. Draw your proposal, highlighting all those things that I ask you for. There are things I didn't put there, hypothesis and the rest of them, they may ask you for it. I didn't put them there because that's generic. So if the form tells you that, now I always tell people, because I found out that it worked for me, to first of all draft my proposal from the beginning to the end, then look at what the forms say and fit in. It's easier for me that way than doing it the other way, because I will have done more than what they need. Now for foreign collaborator, please listen. How do you get foreign collaborator? Can I put it out? I don't know much, but I will tell you 2-3 areas that work for me. When I'm doing the proposal, please listen, sir. When I'm doing the proposal, I always look for every journal. I look at where you are from. Once I see you are from a particular country and you have more than 2 or 3 publications in that area, because they are very specific. The Western world are very specific. They are not like our own jack of trade. And I know it's close to me. I open a file. I keep your information, and I do it throughout. By the time you finish, you will have like 10 or 20 people. Now, don't send any email to them. Nigeria have very good reputation. Type Nigeria in Google. The first 10 pages will be about 419, and Oyinbo man will do that too. So, don't do it. Don't send them letter first. First of all, go and research each of them. Go to the university, see whom they are. Because you may end up sending a letter to a PhD student who will forward it to his professor, and his professor will know you are not serious. And you miss that university. And they have a way of putting a cookie on such email. Anytime it comes, it goes to spam. So they don't even see it. 2, if you don't know how to, thank God you have a website that's at mtu.edu. It's a very good thing. If you use generic email like Yahoo and the rest of them, some of them have filter that just filter it off. If you don't have that one, now when you are writing your paper, your paper, you can search for yourself. Go to Scopus. Scopus is scopus.com. Type your name there. If you have ever published in any reputable journal, they've created a file for you automatically. That is one of the first things Oyinbo man would do. So he knows your profile. So instead of saying I am this one, just put Dr. So from so University, and I'm interested, and don't tell too much story. My profile is available. If you have a very good profile on Scopus, you just put that Scopus link there. It will click on it and know you are serious. If you don't have it, the woman says that I hope everybody understands Yoruba. I want to say proverb in Yoruba. Okay, there is this thing women put on their head. What's it called? Okay, and Iborun to ba da ori la man fi si. Ito ba dot afisabiya. The meaning is that headscarf, the one that is very neat, you put it and spread it on your head. The one that is not too clean, they put it on this place. Meaning that if you know that you search yourself on Google Scholar, Scopus, and the rest of them, you can't find yourself. Please, when you are writing your letter, you need to explain whom you are. And it's just fixed. I'm a PhD student in social department. My work is on social area. I'm interested. Don't say I want you to be my mentor. And one thing that I realized worked for me is that I list these journals. I've read your work on so and so, where you said this and this. I actually read that man. That is what these 419 guys do. So why not use it in positive area? And just as I said, don't strike 3 times. When you are writing for foreign, when I was going to Japan, I need a foreign collaborator. I wrote maybe 10 or 15 letters, only 1 reply, and that's the one that eventually took me. When I got there, I realized my mistake. 90% of Japanese cannot read English. In my university, it's just my host that can speak English. Every other person will use Google speech to talk. I will type my word, it will convert to Japanese, they type, and that's how we talk throughout. So what I'm saying is that you won't notice that one, that once you see it, you can't read it, it go away. So when you are looking for, and then start building that profile. My mentor is in Australia, his name is Dr. Peter Shopade. If I tell you the story of how we met, you will laugh. I applied for a grant in Australia, I applied for a fellowship in Australia, and I got to that university, and there was Peter Shopade, Peter Hadley, and Peter Toy. I didn't know who is Oga among them, so I wrote all the 3, thinking all of them are Australians. That's the way I saw it. Peter Tolly, Peter Halley, and Peter Chopin. When I finished sending, I now said, I've sent the letter already. Let me look at their face. And the server was very slow. It opened it slowly, so I went to sleep. When I woke up the following morning, I checked their name, and I found out that the man I called Peter Chopin is actually Chopin from Abeokuta. So I now wrote him another letter. This time around, you know how that kind of letter will feel. He said when he read the first one, and he noticed that because all of them copy each other, it's the same lab. He said he had that experience that Nigerians usually bring people down. That maybe that's what I'm afraid of. So he told his colleagues to handle it. And they handled it, they invited me. I had a little problem, so that one is internal. But we became friends. It was later on that. And the relationship is over 10 or 12 years now. We've been maintaining it. We met just once when he came to Nigeria for the first time in over 10 years. And he came to Abeokuta, and I was, of course, when you have a mentor, I was the driver. I just told him that once he landed in Abeokuta, I'm responsible. Because he was that one to me. It was when I was driving him around that I realized that he was a mentor to more than 15 of us in Nigeria. And almost all of us met him that way. He was the one that told me to apply for IFS. When I finish any form, I send it to him. It's not as if he's going to change anything, but I can tell you, just changing off to and, therefore to hence, means a lot. It changed the concept. It tells you remove this one. Even your CV, we have, Prof will tell you, we have CV that we call Nigerian, we have CV that we call international. I'm not saying tell a lie. What I'm telling you is that there are some papers that we publish here, just as the Vice Chancellor told us the other time, that are just for here. So when you are applying for international, screen yourself first. Because if they see too many of those junks, they will say this is the line you are going to. So screen all those ones. They don't care about number. One paper, if you have a publication in science, you can win a big grant. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Your major goal is we are looking for funding. But whoever is looking for funding must have some level of capability. If you do not have it, nobody will give you the funding. And that's why most of the time, if you see all these people now, it's a level of interaction, all of us contributing what you know best, complementing the weakness of another fellow is number one major critical point I want you to note. You have for my presentation, so I'm not going to go into that. Two, there is this issue that most people do not look at. How relevant is the work you want to write up, that you want to seek for a fund from the donor? How effective, how efficient, and the impact. Now, Kolawole, when it comes, he will let you know that I think we lost the 8 million UK proposal because of the issue of value for money. Even though most of our colleagues do not believe in this, we just lost a proposal. We were unable to, we should, maybe we came second, or they gave it to one. But they look at the overall budget and find out that the cost of personnel looks too high because of the European partners. And value for money is very important. We talk of IFS. If you are looking for $12,000 from IFS will expect you that you spend nothing less than 60% of such money for equipment, your research work. Not that you spend 40% for field survey. So this is what we call value for money. And when you come out with your research output, how easy will it be to replicate it or to scale it up? It's very important that I want you to note. The last point, before you fill any form, is the issue of your partners.
we now talk of the area of gender. This is the era of gender. This is the era of agriculture and nutrition. This is the era of climate variability. And whatever you are writing, always remember those ones. If the donor is interested in climate, issue of environment, issue of air, do not forget to link some of those key points. They are very important that you talk about. You will see in this slide of what I'm talking about. 2 is the issue of impact. The extent to which the research achieves is subjective relative to the baseline. And what will be the opportunity of taking it up? At FUNAP, it was like a joke. We started like Fufu project. Now before you look at it, we started talking of value addition to cassava. Before you look at it, we started talking of gains and losses of yam and cassava. Before you look at it, we started talking of capacity enhancement in root and tuber crop in African, Caribbean, Pacific. You see the way it started from a project. And it's moved to that level. The impact is very important, and there are questions for you that I want you to look at. The concept of perception and efficiency is another issue. When we came to this university, though very small university, but the office is not here, but well branded. That's an indication of efficiency. Small building, but very neat. You know, it's the same way with your research. There is no shortcut. It's the same way. And I want you to note some of those ones by the time we start to talk of all those things. Now, I move again to the issue of concept note, because Dr. Afolabi talked about concept note for you. A concept note is an abridged form of your research. Mostly, donor will say 2 to 3 pages maximum. And this is an area where you need to read what the donors are looking for. For proposal for IFS, it's not, you will have seen the form, it's not a bigger something. And they limit you to 200 words, 150 words, 100 words, and which we will do before you go. But by the time you are moving to EU, European Union project, it's not that one. Scale up, seriously. So you need to, if you look at this one, I gave you a case study of the proposal, just cut some of it to let you see what the donor actually is looking for. Now, if your title, now writing it now start from the title. Your title must be smart. Somebody want to apply for IFS, can somebody give me a title? IFS, I've seen some of you downloading IFS form. Do you have any thing you...
2 interactive sessions. The first will take you through the process of completing a research grant application form. And then the second will take you through the essential things, the essential ingredients you need to look at in managing a foreign grant. What makes it different from when you are doing a research with your own salary? But before he will round up, he will then give you an assignment, which will take all the things that Dr. Afolabi will talk about, and all the things that he has told you up to that time at about 2 o'clock. You will go online in groups. You will identify funding opportunities that are relevant based on the guidelines that would have been provided, or other things that you already know even before you come here. You will discuss these opportunities and identify.
Submit to IFS. If you are male, 40 years. If you are male, is it 40 or 35 years? 35. Female, 45. 40. I think there was a period they moved it to 45. Oh, okay, so 40. Think of the title, all right? But the title must be clear and concise. That's where I'm going. It must be clear and concise. If you still want to go on root and tuberculosis, you can go into the issue of minority root crops and link it on the nutrient availability. Whoever is a donor, first of all, say minority. So you are not working on cassava, you are not working on yam, you are not working on sweet potato. You are working on minority root crops. Like what? Like cocoyam, like African yam. Those are titles that will actually entice the donor. And when they look at title, fine, the background is now very important. You want to write background on root and tuber, and you are now writing that root and tuber was introduced to Africa in before Christ. What concerns any donor about that one? So some of us will start to write from primordial level, building the argument. No, they don't have time for all those ones. You have to go straight to what you want. Root and tuber crops are commodities that solves this issue of what? Poverty alleviation, income generation, all those things. Once you put that, because either USID, DFID in UK, some of them are looking for, their goal is to reduce poverty. Their goal is to enhance income generation in any community, and so on and so forth. Yes, sir.
Somebody talking about schools, and maybe you use some of the crops in Nigeria. I'm from the southeast, and you are saying how a particular route solves poverty issue and whatever. And in the history of yam in the southeast, there are many versions about it. And one of the versions is that it was when people were actually having dying of starvation and all whatnot, and they had to go to the oracles, and eventually they had yam.
The area you want to work on. And that's what my colleague says, Google Scholar, Scopus, some of these search engines, you should be used to them. Now, not to doubt your mind, any one of us that are listening above 40 does not say there are no other research program we are going to work together. Alright? DFID project, Canadian project, IDRC in Canada. These are projects that give you $200,000, $150,000, $1.5 million, 2 million, 3 million, several. So what we will need is collaborative work, which I think by this time tomorrow, Kola will have actually worked all of us to that level. How can we, by the time we go into groups, we can think beyond all these $12,000 worth research and move to $100,000, $250,000 worth research. Alright, it depends on your group. But your problem statement is also very important. And I said a concise statement of opportunity or issue that the proposed project seeks to address. Ordinarily, we're supposed to have a title now and begin to work together. But you have to do this in a group now, because I don't, unless we want to just pick one, which may not represent all of you. But let me attempt to give you one that may be able to help us. Look at this one. We are saying using existing protocols, cassava brown streak virus disease was detected. You know, this poses a great threat to cassava cultivation. The possibility of eradicating affected cassava line is hereby addressed. Your interest is cassava was attacked and you are suspecting that it is a virus attack. And so you want to address that attack and be able to solve the problem. So everybody is aware of cassava, everybody is aware of the brown streak problem, exactly in East and Southern Africa, and you want to solve the problem. Hitherto, in Nigeria, we used to have the problem of cassava mosaic disease. That was what IIT used to chop money, almost $21 million worth project. And later, another group in Tanzania, they have a Great Lake project on cassava brown streak disease, where they got money from Gate Foundation, almost more than $14 million project. Then we, in our own group, we told Gate Foundation that we wanted to add value to cassava in Africa. And they asked why. Problem statement. Nigerians, that is the largest producer of cassava in the whole world, producing as at that time about 34 million metric tons annually, was only able to convert about 80% of it to gari and fufu, at times lapu, in Eastern Bloc abacha, which do not have enough value when you are talking of money that goes to individuals that could be able to alleviate them from their poverty and generate income. And you see the way I'm lumping issues together. They are facts for all my statements. And that was why we justify it for Nigeria, make case for Ghana, and say we are going to leverage experiences in Ghana and Nigeria to Uganda, Tanzania, and Malawi, East and Southern Africa. That's why we target cassava adding value for Africa. And we won $12 million. Our lead agency was United Kingdom. Then we finished that, and we now made another problem statement that we are actually now transiting cassava that is used to be a traditional value product into industrial product. Evidences. We are strengthening Thai farm that is producing 60 tons of high quality cassava flour, using 240 tons of cassava root in a day in Ososa, Ogun State. To get cassava root to Thai farm is a problem. In fact, the company moved more than 50 kilometer radius, and that our project wishes to strengthen the supply chain. And that's how Gates says yes, I still want to fund, and now I want African leadership. Kola be the project director, $18.8 million project. So your getting money is your ability to master problem statement. That's what I'm saying. It's not cut and paste. Don't ever attempt it again in your life from today. Cut and paste is a disease. Say it and write it down. When you are now editing, you can be fine-tuning the way I've said it. Because by the time you meet the man, you won't have time to read all your 50 pages. You just say, yes, Sanni, I read your problem. What exactly is your problem? Then you listen. And once you say it, they say, yes, there is genuinity in what you are saying. Then they fund you. So please, it's very important problem statement. The goal is not a problem. Because by the time you get a very good grasp of the problem statement, the goal will come up. Don't forget, you can never attain the goal at the end of the day. It's always the biggest dream that you want to get into. It's a bigger factor, but your objective must be specific enough. You cannot lump two objectives together, because objective has implication on personnel, resources, money that you want to use, and the milestone when you will achieve them. They are very important. That's why when you are writing proposal, this area too, some of you go back to former proposal and copy. Don't do that. Don't. Write the objective for the problem statement. For instance, they will need to know the expected results. And this is an area where we said the overall results are focused on improvement to high quality cassava flour value chain that will enable smallholder farmers to benefit from improved markets for their produce. What is our utmost goal in this statement? Say it out, please. I'm not hearing you. You are using bedroom voice. That's what I'm saying. Your grammar is too much. You said it first, but the voice was so low. That's what I'm saying. Abibaba, say it out. If you are looking for a million, you can't be talking like this. You must be confident. You got it, but the energy was not there. I won't give you the money. It means that you are guessing. That's the issue. It means you got it, he got it, but you are guessing. You are not confident to come out. You have to come out. Smallholder farmers, that's all. That is your, all this grammar, all this line. Smallholder, what are the smallholder? What do? They farm cassava. They must sell cassava to make money and live well. Full stop. Bobo $18.8 million. That's all. That was the story. So, but it takes you enough interaction to be able to distill to this level and be able to sell it. Two, when you are interested in that, innovations in your, the way you are feeling before, you must have ability to innovate. It cannot be the way you do the research in the 80s, where you say you are going to do protein analysis of cowpea in Southwest. Are you saying, well, people don't do that well again. You have to want to analyze protein improvement or nutrient improvement, or nutrient enhancement, or something that will innovate to work. It's also very important. So your activity, if the goal is the destination, the objective is your direction on how to get there, and then your activities are the vehicle that will get you there. So when you are filling the form, I've assessed a form before where people, maybe they made mistake or not, the objective was the activity. 60 months, put it there. Your project location are very important. Now, this is an area where I want to warn some of us, especially some of us that are motivated scientists. Research is business. Does not have faith inside it. When you want to form team, don't just form team of members of mountain and fire and say you have formed a team. That's not a team. The donor is looking for diversity. My brother from South East Nigeria is qualified. My brother from Akure is qualified. My mommy from Kogi, North Central, is called. That's what we call diversity. Are you from North Central? I'm just giving all of you. I don't know what, but I know some of you are here. And you are not, everything Southwest. Nobody will give you such money. If you say Southwest Nigeria, no problem. And if you say Southwest Nigeria and you now say Lagos, nobody will give you such money. They want at least 3 nodes. We call it 3 nodes, 3 locations that must reflect in Southwest. It's very important. Your team in terms of geography, your team in terms of professionalism are very important. And now we are talking of gender, 30, 60, or 40, 60, depending on tenure. Obìnrin, ọkùnrin, youth, old. Other related research projects or a list of previous research work done is also very important. To some of our senior colleagues, that's why they are here with you. I benefited from sabbatical program. Professor Matthew Adebayo moved from University of Port Harcourt to have sabbatical in our own university, just like the way Professor Fagbemi is here. And of all my colleagues, I was the only one that interacted with him. And while we were talking and we were going to try kinetics, and he said, that's lovely, but have you started anything on storage stability? I said, yes, I did one, but I couldn't actually resolve the bent monoloyal value. He said, no, I can do that one for you. In fact, I can even give you the other suction models. I said, all the 9 models. He said, yes, it's simple. I said, but how do we do it? He said, it's just salts. We need to get salt, 9 salt. This salt will give you this relative humidity. That was how we were talking around 1994. Just like he took. And Kuya said, okay, if we do my, let's work together. Then we started working together. Then we got our BSc students. Then we say we need a incubator. And IFS was coming. They asked me which equipment you need. I said, I need the incubator. I wrote all what I needed. And that was how we started my joke. Professor Kuya was first class chemical engineer for the University of Lagos. And that's why all modeling, he was the one that taught me. And he taught me up to PhD, such that when I went to England and came back, and I wanted to defend my PhD in UI, it was the engineers that they said they should be asking me questions. And I got BSc, Food Science and Technology, with engineering. Though we started very well, Federal University of Technology at Belkuta. We started from engineering point of view before they changed us to commodity. That was how I'm able to dovetail all the disciplines. My people will know the secret. But in my defense, it was purely engineering defense. They went into diffusivity theory. No food scientist can answer that. I answered. Why? Price of sabbatical and collaborative work, price of openness, and for you to humble yourself. It's very important in the management of whatever things you want to do. In summary, the concept note, we have your title, your objectives, and I've given you some of the tips that we normally do in that. And when you have that, the budget, we just give indicative budgets that you can do. But the point I'm saying is that the budget, major proportion of the budgets must be for you to achieve while you are writing, not to pay allowances for yourself. We've gotten allowances of $1,000 before, both work and personnel. We've got these allowances of when our colleagues in Europe will be getting 800,000 euros, they gave us 18,000 as partner. So, and we've also gotten bigger ones. So, your budget is very important, and you are supposed to have a group exercise, and that's the one we are going to break you. And come out with a proposal and use some of these checklists. And we talk about if you want to now write the proposal, my colleague had already told you the other one, the rationale behind it is also there. There are some proposals now that you need to also get ready for. Do not go and close your door and be writing because you are geophysicist. You think that you don't need people in the economics. If you love yourself, begin to write value chain proposal now. So your own work is inside it. The chemist's work is inside it. And the earlier you start this work, the better. So you will be able to have understanding of qualitative and quantitative analysis and research implementation. How do you do scoping studies? I learned all those ones from Kola when we were working together. And snowball theory, all these things. People will ask you, even though you are a core scientist, you must know it. And that's some of the things we have put here. Now, your research work on publications and bringing in young ones, whatever you are writing now, put in opportunity for masters and PhD. Put in opportunity for journal publications, and we call it dissemination workshops. Part of dissemination workshops is attendance at conferences. Put it in the proposal. Do not form a union to battle with your VC that they didn't send you to conferences. You can put it in your proposal, and once you want it, you manage who is yours. There was a project we were about to lose. Was it not Inco SME? Yes, Inco SME in 2002. There was a proposal. It means about 2 weeks, and our senior colleague in the UK was looking for another European partner. They advertised. One man just came, Aduse from Austria, and they put his name because they were of the joy that we now have a new partner. They put more money for him, and when we got the project, the guy started traveling around the world. All conferences he was going. At the point, he said, we didn't give us some of this money to do activities. He said, no, don't forget, I'm the star of your team. If not because of me, you wouldn't have this project. And I must spend the budget. My institute must have the overhead to do their own work. Until Kola cajoled him somehow, and they gave us more money out of it. So, that is the beauty of research. I'm saying this because we that we are talking now, Professor Fagbemi and Baba, will remember you where you have research project, you didn't put money to go to conferences. Whereas our white colleague would come to conferences and come with 20 people from his institute. And we even sponsor from Africa, and you do like this. And you'll be presenting work of other people, you yourself. So I think we have changed, and I need to let you know it's your asset. The more you carry people along, the more the international community will respect you and call you for other work. So, ladies and gentlemen, how to identify researchable problems, see the problems around you. When you are forming the team now, please, you must see the problem. Like our experts in the environmental geophysics, engineers, you can see the problem from this road network they are doing for you already. See the problem. 2, you discuss and interact with other stakeholders. After this, you need what we call stakeholder engagement. Many of you do not do what we call needs assessment, community analysis, scoping studies. These are issues that must come in your proposal. What do we need them for? Before you give any solution, you must know my problem. It is when you know my problem and you now go back and offer solution. And the only avenue is for you to interact. So when you are writing proposal, you must put money for that kind of a thing. As a university, when you now say you want to have stakeholder engagement, that's when your VC come and declare it open, and you hear it in the news, Mountain Top interacted with cocoa farmers in southwest Nigeria. That is the asset of the university. So some university administrator will say, what is coming to the university? I say, it means you don't know that many things are coming to your university. Google FUNAB, Google research, Google Sanni, Google Kola, anything is advantages of each other. You will see FUNAB everywhere in the globe. That's an asset. And you gain it from this engagement protocol. 2, you must think of ways to find solutions to them. Please, like I said, you cannot do copy and paste for this brainstorming exercise. If you do it well, out of the 5 books, we may be lucky to have 2 that will get funded immediately. That would be a good start. Pareto principle. All right? And whatever you are doing, you must write them down. There are so many other opportunities that you will gain for that. Jot them down. And we are talking about the problem identifications that I've talked about. I don't know now. Let me go to the last point. There is always issue of log frame, and I think Kola will let you know. In fact, we have seen somebody that before he writes anything at all, they will have identification of problem, research goal, research objective. They will come out with log frame that what is the overall objective of the specific one, expected results, activities you want to do, interventions that you want to do to achieve the objective. How can you verify the objective? What will be the sources and means of the verification? And what are the assumptions? When we are writing a cover project, we never knew that one Buhari will win election and come out with TSA and mop all the international grants and through them to CBN. Before you look at it, our money was sitting in Citibank London. Doing what? So you must think. Threat is a threat. Oh? Instability, political instability is a threat. It's an assumption. And some donors will want you to have what they call risk and mitigation strategies in your thinking. So this log frame is another good way. Some people start writing proposal for log frame. They do log frame first before you now go and put narratives into it. In fact, it's always the cheapest and the best you can do it. I have a supervisor, may God forgive him, Dr. Mutude. They first of all do a mini log frame with you. Whatever PhD or MSc, we've done it with our guy before we say, go and write. Just 1 page, 1 paper. And say, photocopy it and put it in your bedroom so that you begin to look at it. So, please, you can start this one too. It will make our group discussion faster and it will help us. They can print this one out for you. If you do it very well, all your activity, what you will do, everything will be in the log frame, then you can now go and write it out. Also, the management. Now, the young ones will be fearing now that if I tell this or that what I'm doing, the old one will steal what they want to do. I must say it. Because we need CVs of the senior colleagues. There are some projects that you have to start and make the senior colleagues to be the principal investigator. But as we are moving on, there will be some projects that you must be the principal investigator and senior colleague will just be mentor or advisory or whatever that you put there. But donors want to see a clear-cut management structure. It's very important that you also have it. Now, in your proposal too, everything you want to do must have a Gantt chart. Your work plan, everything, so that when you want to start, when you want to end, you do it. Then, when your CV, I think Kola is the one that has faced this battle more, not me. It's the one that collates all our proposals. No, for team of 18 people. So 74 pages times 18. Is that what the donor want to read? No. In the proposal, they will tell you the ingredients of the CV they want. At times, 2 pages, 3 pages maximum. So we have an example to also give you if you want to. And I think I want to just let you know that if you are writing proposals, problem analysis will allow you to get the gap. And once you have that, it allows you to go into conceptual model, framework on how you want to actually achieve it. And once you have all those on your team, and then how best do you want to leverage from other existing projects to be able to gain a lot. And the final, you must do it as a team. 2, the era of cut and paste is gone. In fact, this era of turn it in will expose you immediately. And once they see that you are lazy, nobody will assess your proposal. 3, when you brainstorm together, use the log frame method and you see a difference. In fact, all of us will know whether what we want to do is achievable or not. Or when the time that you are allotting for it, you'll be able to achieve it or not. And finally, as a university, the more you do it in the name of the university, the more you are also branding the university and giving the university the necessary visibility and competitive edge compared to other universities. Thank you very much.
Throw more light on this log frame. Possibly
So definitely, like I said, in the log frame, you see, now different donors have different log frame. All right. For instance, now, if you look at this, you can, when you have a problem statement, the problem statement is the one that will allow us to come out with the objective. All right? When you have the objective, for instance now, if you say you want to reduce, you want to study physicochemical properties of quality of yam products in southwest Nigeria. You know, that's like a goal. Now, for you to be able to do that, you must now break how best you want to achieve those physicochemical properties now. So, if you now have your objective, intervention there is what are the overall broader objectives to which the research will contribute. So your broader objective is what? To study the physicochemical properties of yam. That's your broader objective. Some people call it general objective. Alright? Now, if you now ask you, objectively verifiable indicators of achievement, what are the key indicators related to overall objective that you will want to do? So what will be your key indicators? Quality, attributes of the yam product assessed. 2, which other one? If you have 1 or 2, 3, you can list. Then it is then sources or means of verification. Now, sources will be either through your reports, technical reports submitted, or through journal manuscript published, or through something conference proceeding, something like that. That is the way you will write it. So I appreciate it. Let's use this one. Another law. The goal is to improve post-harvest innovation systems, okay, for farmers. Objectively verifiable indicator. Range of institutional arrangement that effectively improve access to post-harvest knowledge. Because this is a knowledge-based research work. So assets. How are we going to verify that this is true? Through project evaluation report, regional coordinators report, annual review, or whatever. Then what will be the assumptions or risk you put in there? That's the way. If you go again on to raise income, food and nutrition security, you say an appropriate institutional arrangement are put in place. Alright? Some people say at least about 30% of farmers have access to this. NASA, in fact, most donors like USAID, they will like all this quantifiable one. your baseline says less than 12% farmers have access. Now, do you want to move from 12% to 30%, 25%, you put it there. Then means of verification, your report, you put it there, and so something like that. That's the, I think by the time you do group assignment more, you will get more of those specifics.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to differentiate between fellowship and grant.
Fellowship and grant. A fellowship is an arrangement that gives you opportunity to move from your environment into another environment to learn, to work, to do research, or whatever. All right? For instance now, in some of the things we gave you, TWAS is running fellowship program. It's different from grants. You can write the proposal, you go and do the proposal, the work in the lab, and they'll give you the fellowship to do so. But grant, you can have the grant, be in your institution, do it. Have the grant, be in your institution, do it in partnership with another colleague in another place. It's institute. Okay? So,
any other one before we break it up? Okay, thank you. Let's put our hands together for Prof. Sanni. Now, all the turancy that we have been talking, we will now want to practice. We would have 5 groups, and in each of the group, you will look at one of the grant opportunities. The first thing I will want you to look at is what type of grant is this? Is it a fellowship? So you can win a grant to enjoy a fellowship. You can win a grant to do research. You can win a grant to do other things like Dr. Afolabi had pointed out to us. Okay, so you look at what type it is. Then you look at eligibility. So within your group, you look at, so who is eligible for this particular grant? So there might be an individual eligibility saying that only individuals can apply, and these are the qualities of the individuals that are required. So you look within your group and say, oh, you are the one who best fits this. You can also have institutional eligibility. Because you are in university, chances are that you will be eligible to for most of these things. Sometimes NGOs and so on are not that clear cut. So as a university, look at that aspect. Then look for national eligibility. In some of the grants, you might see that Nigeria is possibly not in the list of eligible countries, or maybe Nigeria is there. So once you establish that, then you can go ahead and look at the timing, your time to develop it. Is it going to close tomorrow, in which case you have to finish it this afternoon? Or is it going to close in June, in which case you can bring up a 0 draft tomorrow and then have draft number 30 in June, which is the one that you will submit. Okay? Having done all of this, whoever is most eligible in the group will now propose a title, a working title. The group will look through the grant application document together, from title, concept note, log frame, budgeting. You do all of that and give advice and guidance. This lucky person in your group will take this home tonight. Yes, okay. And come tomorrow with an outline of a proposal. He wanted me to share with you that we did a similar workshop in FIRO, Federal Institute of Industrial Research, sometimes in 2015. Okay? Before that training, the last time they won an external grant was in 1978. After that grant, after that training, they won 2 grants. Unfortunately, one of the winners had to quit the institute for conflict of interest, and the person is now in Unilag. We will talk about some of these management issues tomorrow. When you have a high flyer, and it's exactly what was developed in this format that the lady used. So we will discuss some of these issues where institutions will develop their staff to a certain stage, and then that makes that staff too sharp to be around. And then in this case, the person went to Unilag, but in some cases, the person will go overseas. Some of us have had opportunities to go overseas, but we chose to come back and stay here because the way our career has developed, it made better sense for us to be here. Not because we love Nigeria or any of those things. It's because it made better sense for us to be here. If it had made better sense for us to be there, we would also have been there. Multidisciplinarity and the need for teams. In the world out there, if you are doing a value chain project like what we are doing in Kaba, you can't have just food scientists like Professor Sanni alone there. You need marketers, you need economists, you need psychologists in your team. And each of them is going to put in their professional input to make the whole proposal work together. So don't be shy of the fact that we are talking science. That's because of our bias. We come from a science-based environment. But yes, we work with non-scientists in our work, and they are a very important part of our work. Okay? And as you go through some of the templates that you'll be looking at, some of the issues are going to be bordering on management. Some of the issues are going to be bordering on psychology, on history, that you might need to make inputs into. I don't have off the top of my head specific grants opportunities, but I know that many of the foundations are not just science foundations, but there are some of them that are patrons of the arts, visual arts. You know, they sponsor, when photographers display their work, exhibitions, they sponsor exhibitions, you know, of good work. Somebody have done something on Lagos, fantastic photographic collection on Lagos, and it was sponsored. So you have like UNESCO that sponsors, so you can go to UNESCO site and see what kind of thing they sponsor. If you are in the humanities, if you are in the arts, I gave some people SSRC, that's the Social Science Research Council of the UK. They sponsor social science and management science related issues. And then there are other hidden funds, like Office of the Accountant General in Nigeria, for instance, have a research budget line. So study the Nigerian budget and you see some hidden funds that you can actually apply for and do some relevant research for that office. If you are an accountant, for instance, or an auditor, you can do research that is relevant to those offices. Any other question before we break? Yes, sir. Question? This was last year, right? 2015. It was a 3-day affair. Just proposalizing, not even grant winning or anything. And please, you learn not just from the successful one, you learn from the bad ones too. So when the opportunity arises, either here or at Adebayo, see, I think your Vice Chancellor has played a very smart card. This mentoring thing is, if you do not give me, if you do not tell me to think, I can ask you to bring. That's the rule he has played, which is very smart. The mentoring relationship, some other universities would have waited until FUNAB sends a team here. But your Vice Chancellor is not waiting. He's coming into FUNAB and picking what he wants. And I think that's fantastic. So, even if he's not going to do one there, if we are doing one there, I think through Akinola or the Vice Chancellor, you will get to know about some of this, and then you'll be able to participate even there at Adebayo. And I don't think it will be at a big cost. Maybe you would have to cover your transport and maintenance when you are there, but you'll be able to participate and benefit from that. But it's like a different workshop on its own, because there will be some of the things that Professor Sanni was just keeping true. You you'll be going through them in some greater detail. And then you look at, take this proposal. This is a very bad proposal. We submitted it and lost. And this is the comment. This is why we lost. Take this other one. This is a good proposal. We submitted it and won. And these are the comments. This is why we won. He gave some of the examples, like the $8 million Research Council UK that we just lost. Okay? Was because our foreign counterparts were too expensive. So at the end of the day, when you look at the overall budget, the entire budget was not delivering value for money. So it's not because of the quality of the proposal, but because among all the competing proposals, we don't seem to be giving value for money. So, and I think Dr. Afolabi who said there is hardly a person who had won everything he has submitted. So we are a very good example. The same year that we lost 8 million, we won $500,000, Rockefeller Foundation. The same year. Actually, we were writing both about the same time. Okay, so win some, lose some, but don't quit. That's the message. Now we'll break into groups, and during your group session, the three of us will be available to go around so you can catch us to ask one or two questions. But Okunuga, Joe, Prof, Okunuga, Joe, D. Adebayo, AA, Group A. Guma, CI, B. And your B for bursary, where there is money. Eniola Sokefun, C. Adefisan Ikeoluwapo, D. Ayodele OO, E. Dr. Aikloge, AE, E. Benga Aigoje, AE. Benga Akindeji, A.
I think we had a very good group discussion. You will see that by the time you talk together, you will gain a lot. Do we need any form of small exercise? Yes. Okay, let's stand up. So, this time we are going to shower. Yes, let's stand up. People are not standing up. It's always good so that at least 60% of the class lose above 40. So, sideways. Go back. Let's clap. Thank you very much. If we now have the grant, there is a name for all of us. How many of us are in research gate? Let's raise up if you are in research gate. Fine. You see the way I've introduced myself without talking. I just quoted my profile in research gate. That's another way that you need to also develop. So there's some silent way of selling yourself. It's very important. Now, how do you manage foreign grants? You recall that most grants that are actually coming to our country now, especially World Bank, are loan to our government. So either you want it or not, you pay part of the loan. I will pay part of the loan. So wherever they have it, how do you make sure that you manage the grant, such grants? Number one is that the donor is actually more interested in impact, the quality, quantity, and the time of when you implemented the project and the outcome of the work. So if they give you money, they want you to manage it very well, such that they will be able to have feedback. And the only way you can have feedback is for you to follow some essential ingredients. For instance, planning, like we have started now, you are in a group, you have the list of the members of your team, you are thinking of a concept, you are developing it, all of you develop together. If you want it, you plan together also to execute. Organize yourself, have appropriate staffing, and give responsibility and control. Responsibility, an aspect is on documentation. Most of us make mistake of not documenting what we are doing. Because when you finish a project, you must do dissemination. You must wrap up the project, you must close it very well, open it very well and close it very well. And if you do not have a kind of a good strategy, you may not be able to have this. Now, again, the donor, because we ask you to read about them, they also have a way of how they expected you to actually follow, comply with the regulatory that they have given you. That is, you must adhere to the regulations that are covering the grant. This grant we are giving you, you report quarterly. It must not change. And if it's going to change, they expected you to go back to the donor and hint them. Both technical and financial. Both technical and some of us are concentrate at times we concentrate more on technical. We now leave the financial one to the tail end, and it may actually discredit ourselves or organization. They also look at the issue of best practices. Let me go straight because I've already. Now, the best practice is that number one is you must have accounting internal control. We ate food, and somebody was looking at how we just tore a sheet of paper and put the amount, put the name of the Ken's food, Mountain Top University, and put date. If anybody gets our receipt, for instance, assuming we will use it, and they come here, and they find it that way, that's credibility. So it's not because you buy Bonnie on the road that you now say there's no receipt. No, you must tear a sheet of paper and create a receipt. It's very important. So that if they give you $10, you must be able to account for the $10. That financial internal control is very important. Cash management policy. Some donors normally like that you state your policy. And up to the issue of procurement, personnel, timekeeping. I don't know whether you are aware of timesheet. It's another concept now in project management. If 4 of us will be part of the project, Dr. Do, for instance, we want to use her 3 times in a month, she must get a sheet of in Excel. You must put the date so that you time it and mark it that you have done this. So because when we want to retire, we have to attach time sheet. Exactly EU projects. They are very travel policy. There are some organizations that says in IT when I was there as a postgraduate scientist, after 5 p.m. you must not travel out of that city again. So people will think that the IT people are just pompous. No, it's an institute policy. And you must go to the safest, best hotel. Even though you will now lodge in Sheraton, for instance, and you now move, go somewhere to go and eat in Yaput, because your per diem cannot eat Sheraton's food. But they have a policy of best secured hotel, and you must not travel after 5 p.m. So, in project management, it's very important. Auditing. I'm not sure that Mountain Top University has, they are audited the report of the, how old are you now, 2 years or 3. I'm not sure that they have audited your, so tell the visit they should audit you and you should put it in your website. Very important. Most donors do what we call due diligence on that. So, roles and responsibility, you must clearly define roles. The fact that we are writing project proposal together now does not mean when we now want the project, everybody now assume the role of principal investigator. No. There must be principal investigator, there must be M&E controller, there must be maybe post-harvest scientist or whatever you want to. There must be roles and responsibilities and define a TOR. Now all of you will be on. Now, personnel. When you recruit personnel, it's always very important that you have documentation on all of them, file by file. Even if it is consultants, if you use somebody for consultancy job of 1 day, document, put their CV, put everything. I'm saying this because by the time you start to get grant here, this becomes important. You just see some people that will just come. Yeah, we learned that Mountain Top is actually having a project from MasterCard. Can we see any form of documentation? Now, if it is then you now started assigning role, meet Professor Sanni is our M&E controller. And they just say, okay, Professor Sanni, yeah, can you please tell us the principle of cloud technology in M&E? Say, please. Don't do it well. That's what I'm saying. Do it well. Your own opportunity will continue to double if you do it well. Human rights, sorry, I'm not sure that you say it. They have this issue of alright people, alright skills, alright partnerships, and right opportunities. The fact that you are my daughter or my son or my mother or my wife does not mean you will be part of my team if you are not the right one. Inculcate that principle. Now, like I said, in terms of project management, this is just a case study of a USID project that I was part of around 2004, 2006 in IIT or in Port Harcourt. And you see that we have the chief of party, we have the IITA, and we have some of us that are scientists, and we also have state managers, and we have economists or information managers and all those things. So that's one leg of responsibility. When you are writing your proposal, I've given you an example here. 2, the administrators. Your scientific work plan, based on the framework that we have, all your activities, you bring them out. Your task and leadership, organogram, and reporting period, you must state them. In the administrative sector, intellectual property rights matters a lot. All of you must sign an IPR that whatever is the output belongs to Mountain Top University. Your budget per activity, your voucher, there must be approval. Who request and who approve. These are very important for international projects. They normally look at it. Transparency and trust. I will never forget, was it 2012? Yes, March 2012. I met my team who were in Gate Foundation in US. And I was to depart Gate Foundation. Was it London or Gate Foundation? Now, I was to depart again and go back to US for a training in Boston in Harvard Business School in March. And Kola was planning with the program officer of Gate Foundation. They were planning together and they were saying that they were coming to Funab to come and inspect whether we can take African leadership. I'm the country manager. All the documentation they will get 60-70% are from my office. And I was in the US when they were in Abeokuta. Who did they interact with? My accountant and my business development advisor before they went to the management. And they checked all the files. I'm talking of this issue. Voucher, release of funds, everything, and they pass us that we are past due diligence. If they came like that and we failed, they will never give us that kabachu we are talking to you. And they excluded me so that I will not have any influence. So if you are the kind of a project leader that hides things from your staff, they will go there and find out that your accountant is shallow. When they say how much money have you spent to date, and they say maybe about 1.2. Actually, it's the quality manager that finalized things, and that's minus. That's all. That's the end of it. So please, take it very important. Now, you must have this your project expectations. You already know what you put down that you want to do, from baseline to the end. You must have tracker. What will be tracking whether you have achieved all these ones or not. And also, keep your eyes on processing time, operation cost, your project management, your reporting format, and the responses from the donors. Very important. The project timetable and deadlines are very used. If you recall, I've repeated the issue of deadline. Project submission up to about 5 times. It's very important. In fact, the day you start a project is the day you should be ready to close the project. So what are the materials that you will need to close the project? You begin to collect them from day 1. Now, in terms of resources, because we normally write proposals at a point now, we won EU project with our partners. They gave us about 530,000 euro in FUNA, and we were to contribute 124,000 euro as counterpart contribution. Do we know what I call counterpart contribution? Do you know? Counterpart contribution is the money that Mountain Top University should provide for you to make up the 524,000 euro. Will your VC give you 124,000 euro counterpart because he asked you to write project proposal? Is it possible? Say yes or no. No. Capital what? Because he's even looking for money to collect from you. So the meaning is that you have only won a project of 524 minus 124,000 euro. Now, out of that 400,000 euro, there is a money that they may give you. If you give some percentage of our time, they call it personnel allowance. In that project, we have personnel allowance that was almost about 136,000 euro. Do you know what we do in FUNA? Because you'll be hearing FUNA won this one, so you think that we are billionaires. We signed off 124,000 euro from that personnel as the counterpart contribution of Mountain Top University. That's the secret of how we are running projects. So what is left is that 400,000 euro minus 124,000 euro. That is what we use to do projects. Supervise PhD students, master students. One of them went to Portugal. One of them went to IITA. We spent money. We bought, Professor Fagbemi is saying, what we bought? We bought a rapid fiscal analyzer worth 56,000 euro. So I need to give you the secret of project implementation. It's not that you will not make something. I traveled almost 6 times from the project. It's an investment all over the globe. So with all other colleagues. So you must be you must understand. So when we have the money, the first thing we do is we remove the personnel that we use for the counterpart. We distribute the money and all this stuff. Monitoring and evaluation in project management is also very important for international projects. So, monitoring and evaluation. Right from planning, do not do it when the project is 60% implemented. It is then you now remember M&E. No, you must plan. And that's why we recommend that as you are writing the proposal, put M&E and put cost. They will track the project and everything will go on. So, invariably, management chain for success is that you must be transparent and fair. Okay? You must be accountable. Employ professionalism. I tell people I'm highly professional and principled. You must employ professionalism in everything. There is a need for a little bit of freedom for people to innovate. And there must be value for money. Part of it is goodwill. Some of the industries we are working with, we do not give them money in Nigeria. But when you see them, they will be singing, thank God for cover. I'm able to sell my high quality cassava flour. Thank God for cover. My farm now, I can now generate, get cassava yield from 11 tons per hectare to 15 or 20 tons per hectare. In fact, last year I made 1 million because cover linked me to a processor who bought this amount of cassava from me. Those are what I call goodwill in project management. They are very important. Most people, I don't know, they do not have good luck to start a project well and end it well. I think to God be the glory, we've been so lucky that we start project well and we also end it well. It's the only asset you have. Where all your reports, everything, you have your flyer, you have pamphlets, you have everything. And we go to different conferences, Nigerian Institute of Science, we go there, distribute everything. We organize special sections, pay money, take people there. Plan for it is very important. Now, challenges you will meet. Number one, do not solve problems alone. Always capitalize on available opportunities. There is a gap always with individual scientists and institutional leadership in project implementation and mentorship. Today you have a very good Vice Chancellor who seems to be interested in your progress, positive engagement and development. Tomorrow you may have a stingy Vice Chancellor who, for him to buy ordinary meat pie and high malt becomes difficult. You have to go for night vigil or go to the spiritual podium to go and pray that God, as I'm going to see the visit tomorrow, let him listen to me. With yes, you meet some vice chancellors, okay, say yes, to spend money becomes difficult in their lives. Yet they want good results. You meet you. So you must get ready on some psychological training, ability to adapt and cope when you meet the generous and open and free Vice Chancellor and when you meet the other one tomorrow. Always keep to robust selection of project members. I'm sorry to let you know, but you should know, the research for business is what we are talking to you. It's the same way our founder founded Mountain and Fire. It is an industry today. Can you skill yourself to turn Mountain Top University into a center of excellence in research? It's a business. If you know that it is a business, your team, don't say husband and wife must be in the team. If the wife is competent, fine. If the husband is competent, fine. But if it is the husband that will do the work of the husband and the wife, you are deceiving yourself. Conclusion. That's our project leader, Professor Andrew Westby. That's Tommy Kidd from UK. Those are our partners that we've been working with since 1995. And we have been able to learn a lot in terms of multidisciplinary work in project management, administrative acumen is very important in terms of disbursements and operation. The money is supposed to release on Monday. Do not delay it until Friday. Close out project is important. Open it well and close it well. And publish manuscripts and reports. Authorship is important. Attribution is very important. Acknowledgement, but whoever you meet on the road that cannot be part of the authors must be acknowledged. At all times, be honest. One grant after another keeps research team alive. Be a grant getter and keeper. Thank you very much. I also have website for some donors that may not be part of what Dr. Afolabi gave you.
Let's put our hands together once more for Professor Lateef. All the presentations will be sent to your email by Mr. Akinola. He has soft copies of all the presentations. Now, questions, comments, clarifications before we call it a day. It's been a very intensive day.
That makes sense.
So, we will call it a day at this stage. But before I do, I want to ask, already told them that. Tonight. And for those who will be making presentations tomorrow, please let me have your name now before you leave, so that we can schedule you for the order of presentation tomorrow. We are starting that between 9 and 11. That's the very first thing we will do in the morning. Those who are not making presentation, you can learn one or two things from what they will present, or at least contribute one or two things to what they will present. On this note, you've been the most wonderful.
What is expected?
The presenters will come tomorrow with an outline addressing a proposal that you have identified today. So if, for instance, you've identified an IFS grant, this presenter would have gone through the entire grant application form tonight. And I like some of the things he is going to write or she is going to write in some of the different sections. But what we need tomorrow is, where are the places where he thought there might be challenges? And where are the places where he thought, oh, this is not a problem? Those are the two elements. So he will come tomorrow and say, my name is this, I'm looking at IFS form, I'm submitting something around this topic. Items 7, 4, and 9 will be challenging, and this is why I think they will be challenging. Items 1, 4, and 2 will not be challenging, and this is why I think they are straightforward. They would have 20 minutes, and we can interact with them and say, oh, the one you said will not be challenging. You are actually not getting it. The one you said will be challenging, that's not a problem now. If you go to registrar's office, you'll be able to address it. That's the kind of thing we want to do in the morning tomorrow for all the 5 presenters. For our senior colleagues in the house, I must appreciate you especially. You've shown us how to lead, not by intrusion, but by being part of a system. We appreciate you, sirs and ma'ams. For those of us who are young and agile, keep the flag flying. The future is ours. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Father, we appreciate you.
We are praying.
Thank you because we started well and we are closing well. Father, be thou magnified in Jesus' name. As we close now, we pray that the knowledge we have gained will remain with us and benefit us, benefit this community, benefit our nation and the globe. In Jesus' mighty name, we also request, O Lord, that as we be living here, even to our various homes and places of abode, your protection will be upon us. And tomorrow morning we'll gather here without anybody missing. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
And our research is geared towards tech fund. So we'll be looking at domestic economy. The topic is national security and peace for national development. The background has to do with the fact that in recent time, boundary disputes has become a common phenomenon in Nigeria. Similarly, we have increased rate of kidnapping to the extent that some landlords have been forced to become tenants in other locations because of fear of the kidnappers. We also have the cases of terrorism, especially in the northeast of Nigeria. And then finally we are looking at robbery, which is common everywhere in Nigeria. From this historical background, we have our problem statement that the incidences of boundary dispute, kidnapping, terrorism, and robbery have led to loss of lives, destruction of properties. These incidences have also caused poverty and retrogression, both at the individual family level and the nation as a whole. The objectives of the study, the main objective of the study has to do with identifying the causes of security challenges and providing solutions to them in Nigeria. The specific objectives as follows. Number one, to determine causes of insecurity in Nigeria. Number two, to determine the relevance of stakeholders' engagement in national security. We want to look at the effect of engaging the various stakeholders, the law enforcement agents, community leaders, members of the communities, and every member of the society in eliminating the menace of insecurity. Number two, to determine the relevance of, we want to assess the impact of governance on security. If those in leadership position are doing what is expected by the people they govern, will this help in reducing insecurity in the nation? We look at that. Methods and activities will be focusing on, we'll be applying 3 main strategies. We'll have group discussions with the stakeholders. There will be interview sessions, and then questionnaires will also be administered to elicit relevant information to help in the conduct of the study. Expected outcomes. At the end of this study, we anticipate that the populace, the stakeholders will be aware of the need to eliminate or reduce insecurity in the society. So we want to be informed about the state of security in Nigeria, to develop parameters for achieving peace and security. Number 3, we want to see that there is an enhanced national development through security. And finally, to properly enlighten the populace, stakeholders, on their relevant role which they need to play in achieving national security. The project timeline, we segment the project into phases. We have the planning and design stage, which will take 4 weeks. We have recruit research team, train researchers, select sites, develop surveys and interview, and then IRB approval. The second phase, which will also span 5 weeks, will be data collection. We have facility surveys, past patient records, provider surveys, and then patient surveys. The third phase will be the analysis, data analysis. The data collected during the field work will be subjected to relevant statistical analysis, and then we'll be able to arrive at the result. The next stage will be monitoring and then dissemination. There will be policy brief, there will be policy workshop, journal, publications, and then there will be community meetings with the stakeholders and targeted media campaign to facilitate security of life and property. We also have our budget. This project, the budget is a total sum of 50 million naira only. And the breakdown, we have a project vehicle, we have advocacy stroke stakeholders meetings across the country, training of personnel for intelligence, information gathering, visitation to sites of conflicts across the country, organizing workshops for stakeholders, and organizing an international conference on peace and security. Thank you.
A round of applause for today. Group A set to time. Yes. Group B now. Group B, please. Group B representative. Are you using PowerPoint, sir? Yes. Oh, well, that's fine.
Just copy it and put it and begin it.
Good morning. The research group B at MTU grant sourcing seminar. The title is value addition to less utilized tuber crop, which we call African yam bean. The botanical name is what we have here on the screen. Spinostylis Adenocapa. You can all see it. Yes, our target is International Foundation for Science. We have the outline of presentation, the introduction, the statement of problem, objectives, our methodology, and the expected results. So we can see the African yam bean seed on the screen, and we also have the African yam bean tuber. So the crop is rich in the sense that it has both. We can get tuber from it, and at the same time we can get bean from it. So the common names we have for the African yam bean are what you have on the screen. In English we call it yam pea. In French they call it Igname Pomme de Terre du Mosi. Igbo they call it Okodudu. And Yoruba we call it Sese, and we have some other names there. Yes, the introduction. African yam bean has great potential to contribute to overall food security and improve local diets. African yam bean is a tuberous legume that has pulses and tubers. We saw the pulses and the tubers in the previous slide. Then the two consuming components of African yam bean are tuber growing as roots, and also we have beans developed as pods. Various research work has been done on the utilization of the African yam bean seed. For example, some people they try to make it into sauce, like Arisa and Ogun in 2007. We can also process it as snacks by Dogu and Hawa in 2015. We can also make it as maize-based dough, and we can also make it as breakfast cereal, and also as protein concentrates. However, literature is sparse on utilization of African yam bean tubers, except for its use in domestic cooking, such as boiled yam. So the statement of the problem we are going to address is what we have. The first thing is a less utilized crop, such as African yam bean, is gradually going into extinction. In fact, some of us we've not even heard about this crop before because we hardly see it in our environment. So we have the other thing is that it may be due to its taste and long cooking time it requires. So however, it could be processed into other forms of food products. And nutritionally, African yam bean competes with soybean. Objective of this study, processing of African yam bean tubers into value-added products. And the second thing is that we're going to consider the investigation of chemical and sensory properties of the products. We are also going to look at the product development into various forms of food products and pilot plant development. The methodology we are going to use for the study will be standard procedures. We are going to use standard procedures, and the expected results is that we are going to have value addition to less utilized AYB tubers. We are also going to achieve poverty, there will be poverty alleviation because it will create employment. And also we are going to witness improved local diets and also improved farmers' livelihood. Thank you for listening. We have the form which we got from the International Foundation for Science, which we are going to use to apply for the grant. So here in the form, we have the summary of the projects, the title of the project is there, and then also the contact information, the skills and the education of those of us that we're going to involve in the projects. Then we have some aspects here also. We have the proposed research project, which you can see from what we have there on the screen. Then we have some publications or literature, which we are going to refer to, which we are going to build on what they have done, and we are going to produce new results. We also are going to consider current state of scientific knowledge
And also, in the course of this research, we are going to contact some established, we are going to meet with already established scientific personnel. For example, we will need to go to Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and meet with some other experts in food, science, and technology there. Also, in University of Ibadan and some other laboratories that we may need as in the course of this research work. And also, part of the people that will supervise this work, we have Professor Fagbemi, one of our renowned professors in Manchester University. We also have Dr. Eho Idowu, a scholar in food science and technology. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Group B. You kept your time too. Group C. Group C, are you using PowerPoint or? Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Abiru Matthew. I'm presenting from Group C. The topic we are looking into is educational empowerment as a panacea to poverty alleviation in Northeast Nigeria. Educational empowerment as a panacea to poverty alleviation in Northeast Nigeria. The grant we are targeting is that of TED Fund, and then we intend to collaborate with University of Maiduguri. It's a 50 million naira TED Fund grant. And then from the topic we have two variables, which is independent variables and the independent variable. Our independent variable is the educational empowerment, while the dependent variable is poverty alleviation. Like the saying goes, that poverty is a disease. That is the reason why we are looking into these their main issue, because and when we talk about poverty, it's a condition in which people live below a specified minimum income level, and they are unable to provide for the basic amenities of life needed for a acceptable standard of living. As a result of this, when we look at the Northeast Nigeria, you will all agree with me that the level of poverty in that region is very serious. Therefore, there is need for a proper and empirical research in such environment. However, the problem statement that we have identified with this research work is that poverty is seen as rampant phenomenon in Nigeria, particularly in Northeast, where a large number of populations have been displaced. Thus, a major cause of poverty in the Northeast stems from lack of education, unemployment, lack of proper funding, and unavailability of reliable population data. You know, if you agree with me, you will know that because of lack of adequate population census, you know, because of this, we don't have adequate data to know the level of poverty in Nigeria as a whole. But specifically, the scope of this work, we are targeting the Northeast. You know, we cannot cover Nigeria as a whole. Therefore, that's why we scope it to be on the Northeast Nigeria. The specific objectives are to educate as a means of educating unemployment, to improve the quality of life when it talks about health and shelter, to increase the awareness of fundamental rights. However, we have been able to identify one hypothesis, and the hypothesis to test whether there is a significant relationship between the educational management and poverty alleviation in the Northeast Nigeria. And also, when we talk about the analysis of data for this work, we're using regression analysis, because there are some intervening variables that we have identified, not only on education, we're looking at health, infrastructure, and as well as security. Therefore, because it involves more than 2 variables, therefore that's why we want to make use of regression analysis. And then when we talk about justification for the work, many of the past work on poverty alleviation were more political slogan or statements with no concrete commitment. Therefore, as a result of this, it leads to corruption and misuse of oil wind farm. And like I said earlier on, the budget is for 50 million naira, and we are going to use distribution of questionnaire, personnel, transport, training, and what have you. And then lastly, the expected outcome. One of the expected outcomes for this work is to strengthen the existing poverty alleviation strategies, emphasis on basic socio-economic infrastructure in terms of education, road, health service, and etc. And then to institute policies which directly focus on the emancipation of the poor. Thank you very much.
Okunuga is my name, and I'm representing Lateef. And we are targeting TED Fund National Research Fund of 15 million. And we want, this study is going to be a collaborative effort with the University of Ibadan and the Landmark University. And it's going to be a cross-cutting area of project, because we are going to collaborate with those in the humanities, in the social sciences, in science and technology, and we are going to make use of those who are economics too, management sciences. And then the tied to the actual project we want to work upon is looking at the population census challenges in Nigeria. We want to see what is the way forward. Over the years, population census are also been an issue in this country. Most of the time when the results of the population are released, there is always contention. And that's why we decided to start to look at the contemporary issues, look at since we had the first census in Nigeria by 1961, we want to see what has been the issue. And we follow the template on that form that we were able to look on we follow that template, and most of the responses I'm going to give is going to follow that template. The executive summary, that's going to be the abstract of what we are going to do. We want to determine what has been the problem with our census in this country, and now we can solve it. Some of the keywords is demography, catchment, etc. and etc. We expect this project to take us just 10 months. And then we expect that we are going to move, we have divided the country into those 6 geopolitical for administration of our instruments. And then, like we said, we are following that template. We want to look at the introduction of that problem. It's always been an issue in this country. Whenever there is a census, there is always an issue. The one coming up in 2018, even before the census, there is always an issue. And we expect that we should look into this by looking at the background of census in this country. And what we aim to achieve, we want to come out with solving those problems. Can we solve that problem of contentious census figures and the statement of the problem? Like there, we want to look at how census has been a contentious issue in this country, and once and for all we are going to resolve that challenge. So the aims and objectives, the main objective is to what has been the errors of census in the past, how can we correct those errors, how can we be able to leverage on the technology that is available now. We have had the technology of BBM, we have had the technology of election. Can we leverage on those technologies to solve the challenges of a census that's already a contentious issue? And those are the studies we intend looking at. And then the conceptual framework, we want to look at what is census, what has been the concept of having census. Even right from the Bible, we'll be able to see that the concept of counting people, which is census, has always been there. Then we want to look at the project grants, where we think we are not going to have any problem there. We want to look at the project impact, so that those policymakers are able to make their policy based on figures, because most of the decisions are usually based on census in any country. We want to look at the research details, want to look at the literature review, we are not going to have any problem. We want to look at what studies have been done thus far, what are the research methodology we want to use, we want to administer questionnaires, we want to do interview, and want to do focus group interview. The project activity, like I said, we follow that template. We expected that the first 1 month, we want to procure equipment and mobilization to the study location. We intend using Abuja being the capital of this country, because most of the institutions and agencies we are going to get information from, most of them are in Abuja. So we believe that one will be able to assist us. The first 1 month we are going to do that. Like I said, it's going to be for 10 months. Procurement and training of personnel is going to take the next 1 month. They want to administer those instruments, the questionnaire, the interview, the focus group. We believe that one is going to take us about 4 months, making 6 months already. They want to analyze those data we are able to see and possibly use that opportunity to design a platform, a technology platform for the next 3 months. And the last 1 month, we want to look at monitoring and disseminating some of this information for existing policy holders. And that's why we need to have all those things there. And like I said, we are collaborating with Landmark University because we are one of the best professors of computer science in this country, which is on computation analysis in Landmark University, Professor Remi Okeyinka. I want to make use of the best, one of the best programmers and demographers in this country, Professor Bola Ayeni in Ibadan. And we want to leverage on in the accounting and finance department of Mountain Top University is a department of excellence. So the monitoring and evaluation of that project is going to be situated in that department. And then we expected we are not going to have any problem with data management analysis. We are going to make use of analysis. The area we believe we are going to have problems is this ethical and environmental consideration. Because administration of, we are going to have that from the, and eventually we believe that if it, and we believe that with all this in mind, and we believe that we'll be able to achieve this. And like I said, our research team is going to be led by Professor Bola Ayeni, University of Ibadan, to be followed by Professor Remi Okeyinka, University of Landmark, where here we are going to have people in this department. And as a part of, there's going to be a declaration of the head of the institution. We believe our Vice Chancellor will be line this project.
Thank you very much. Group, the last group, that's Group E.
I'm presenting on behalf of the group leader, Dr. Okunuga. I'm sorry, I won't responsibility for all the things because our flash got missing. I just tried to redo it again. So what we want to do is that people have been taking things like Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, malted drinks, and this, as we are getting older, this one cause problem. They are toxic to the body. So we want to see our local beverage that can actually use to manage terminal diseases like cardiovascular diseases, like obesity, like diabetes, particularly type 2 diabetes. This is the outline of the presentation, and the introduction is that a lot of work has been done on Zobo. That is hibiscus sabdariwa canis, and it's widely planted in the north. It has so many uses. See, in terms of modulating oxidative stress that leads to cancer, that cause obesity, that cause cardiovascular diseases. It's a wonderful fruit. But the problem is that it's a bit sharp in the mouth. And some of our local beverages, like pineapple, like oranges, they also have this bioactive compound. So we are looking at developing a pilot plant where we can mix all this together, targeting at the optimum antioxidant property so that it can actually function, so that you can use it to develop a pilot plant. These are some of the local beverages that I have been talking about that more or less is a poison to the body. So this is the attribute of hibiscus sabdariwa. You can see the quantity that cultivated and better varieties have been developed. This is the method that we have in mind. We have washing, etc.
put in the fruit juice, either pineapple, orange, whatever, at the optimum level. See, this is the objective: develop mixture of develop beverage for mixture of zobo and then the local foods for optimum antioxidant. So we're going to use RSM, that's this one surface methodology, targeting some of these bioactive compounds. And we develop a pilot plan for the production, and we of course determine the acceptability to the community. These are some of the things we will determine. See, either in vitro or in vivo. Then we are targeting the gate foundation, because that one has no age limit. See, and that's where we have that's where we have big money. Actually, see, we target a period of 2 years. So we thank you. The other things that I said, I own responsibility for you because I cannot present you.
Please, I want all of us to listen, whether it's your group or not. You will learn from it. Please, Prof, while he's waiting, I think almost every group failed in timing. And timing is very important. We said that one yesterday. We started 40 or 50 minutes late. And we came here 30 minutes early. We have been here 30 minutes. We came here around 20 or 30 minutes to time.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's give our presenters another round of applause. I'm sure we are all academic staff, and possibly we have stood before audiences to make presentations before. But when you are selected within the last 20 hours to do something that other colleagues will clap for, the tension is different. So we should appreciate our presenters who have just given us a few sides of some of the things that we will use for the next 30 minutes or thereabout to improve our ability to access grants. First is that you cannot overemphasize the importance of time. Yesterday we said let's meet here at 9. By no objection, 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock. If you come 9:01, you are late. Many of us came past 9. I understand there might be a number of excuses. Like we had another program, like there was hold up on my way here, like all of that. But if you really want to win serious grants, those excuses don't hold. And that's why most of the people who win grants are in the minority in any institution. At SUNA, we have an academic staff strength of about 500. And those who have ever won a grant, any grant whatsoever, are less than 50. And we are 27 years old as a university. That's to give you the mark. And it's not just SUNA. Almost any institution that I know, the population of people winning grants is less than 10%. However, the population of people implementing grants can be as wide as possible. Because usually it's not those who win the grant, not only those people will implement it. And the institution, the bragging rights that the institution will earn from one grant is so huge that you would think everyone in the institution is a grant winner. And when we take my other presentation later this morning, you will see how that is done. So the issue of time, please, let's make it sacrosanct. And even the good book said, timeliness is next to godliness. So after, say, I believe in God, is then do everything to time. Please, it's very important. If you don't want to win grant, that's not a problem. If you are using your own salary to do your research, you can do it any time you like. But if you want to use my money or somebody else's money, then you better show them that if you promise 3 months, it will be 3 months. Another general comment is, except for Group D. Yesterday, I remember Dr. Mrs. Idowu asking me to repeat what the format of presentation will be. And I said, two things are important. What are those elements in your grant application that you found very easy? You shared that with us. And I think Group D made an attempt to do that. And then what are those sections of the template that you found challenging or that you think you might have an issue? So when I come to Group D, the aspect they mentioned, we will address it. But the other groups seem to have forgotten that format, and they focus more on the subject of their proposal rather than the broad lessons of going through a grant application form. That's, again, very important. Some of you will be invited to come and defend your proposal. And the panel would have already given you a format different from the format of the grant application. But because you are carried away by your application, you go there and spend all your time talking about your application, not about the presentation format that you have been given. That's one lesson that I think we can all take away. Then I would suggest, Ms. Akinola, possibly you also do this as a takeaway to the Vice Chancellor. You might need to expose your academic staff to a proposal writing workshop. That's different from a grant winning workshop, which is what we are doing. The proposal writing workshop is more intense than what we are doing now. It might not necessarily be here, and it doesn't have to be everyone. Actually, if I were the Vice Chancellor, I would only select my early career scientists. I won't send a professor to a grant writer, not because I don't like professors. From the management perspective, if you train your graduate assistant or your assistant lecturer and they stay on the job, chances are that you can make them for the next 20 to 25 years. But if you train a professor, chances are that in a few years, he's going to leave and all your training will go with him. Of course, it's a risk because you can still train your early career person and after 2 years, he goes to another university or goes overseas. But from a management perspective, that's something that will be done. And because that might be more intensive, then you need people on whom the Vice Chancellor can bet. So at least these ones. If I send 10 of them, at least 3 of them will bring grants. That's because it's value for money. If you spend money, averagely you'll be spending about 200,000 per person to train them within Nigeria on that kind of program. And you want to be careful how you spend it, so that if you spend it now, in 5 years, you are really getting back times 100 of that money. Otherwise, it's a waste of money. And you are a private investor, you cannot afford it. So that's very important. Now, the fourth general comment is the use of evidence. A lot of people came forward here to tell, oh, you all know that there is poverty in Nigeria. Yes, we all know. But where is your evidence that there is poverty in Nigeria? You might tell me that, okay, between last night and today, the time is too short to do all of that, but please bear it in mind. That general and sweeping statement, like you all know, like as we know in Nigeria, does not hold water. Because sometimes the people who are going to evaluate your project don't even know anything about Nigeria. Or about the area of Nigeria that you want to work in. So you have to show, this is my evidence for saying that there is poverty in the land. Now, specifics. Group A. And this applies to the other groups that wanted to access tech fund grants. Beautiful. You possibly have gone to the website and seen that national security and peace is one of the elements that tech fund wanted to fund. So that's great that you have done that. But the case was not compelling. The case was not compelling, not because you didn't say the problems that national security and so on gives us, but not compelling because you didn't come up to us and say this in a logical manner. This is where we understand the problem to have come from, This is the activity that we will do, and this is the potential outcome that will come out of it. Actually, when you say you wanted to do this thing in 3 months, me and my colleagues there were smiling. Wow. It means you already have the answer on your table. You just wanted to collect our money. So why don't you just give us the answer without bothering to collect our money? So you need to balance it. And you wanted to ask for 50 million in 3 months. Divide 50 million by 3 months. In fact, I'm sure when you mentioned the budget, some of your colleagues also said, So the element of value for money is very important. You want to collect 50 million, you must show me that, look, this thing, we will spend 50 million. And one, you said you will buy a vehicle. Please, sir. You said you will buy a vehicle. You want to do a 3-month project and you want to buy a vehicle. When in fact, you can rent a vehicle. 20,000 per day, 50,000 per day for 60 days. Because in your 3 months, the working days will just be about 60 days. And that will be cheaper than buying a vehicle. Grant makers will only approve things like vehicle for you when your grant period is about 4 or 5 years. Because then you can use the vehicle up to a stage that they can be confident that you can keep it. Like 3 months, we want to buy vehicle. You already said, don't give me the money, I just need a vehicle. So please, that's very important. I'm sure that if you had more time, you possibly would do a better job. So don't think that this is a critique of you as a person. It's just bringing out the kind of errors that we can make without taking a second look at some of the things that we are doing. Because many of you don't have the opportunity to take a second look. And that's the reason. This is good. Just write it at the way it comes to your mind. And that's where we are getting this from. Now, if you go to the TechFund website, you will find out that it's only the 2016 call that is there. I hope you read. And that guideline, as I said, I think would be that you can use it to prepare a zero draft of your proposal. When the 2017 calls comes out, you go back and see whether there have been differences in the template. Because if we put out a 2017 call and there are a few differences in the template, but you didn't follow it, you sent a 2016 one, administrative check, your proposal will be dropped because you didn't follow your performance. So that's very important, broadly. So if you want to spend 50 million, then part of the activities of the research will not be recruitment of research team. Actually, if you look at the template, the CV of the research team is supposed to go with the proposal. So when Group A tells us that one of the things they will do is to recruit research team, at the proposal stage, it's either you have a full complement or a full understanding of the skills that you needed to implement the project. You can't say, we will use the money you are going to give us to start assembling a team. You want to say, we already have a team in place, give us the money and we will do the job. So that's Group A. Group B, they want to go for IFS and it's a value addition to a less utilized crop. I think they have a more general term for less utilized crop. I think it's underutilized crops or underutilized legumes or underutilized root and tuber crops. Not less utilized them, but I'm not an expert in that field, but these are things that I might have read. The Group B, I doubt if you actually looked at the site, the IFS site, very well. For those who are online, if you go to that site, in one corner of that site, they put something like available or ongoing grants, or what do they call it? Call for open invitation for 2017. I think I might have seen it this morning. And for those who have read that, actually that's the first thing I expect those who wanted to go for IFS grant to bring forward. It's an eligibility criteria that in 2017, the calls available are by invitation. So, if I'm applying for an IFS grant in 2017 and I've seen that, that's to tell me if I've not been invited, I must not bother to submit something to IFS in that year. Be that as it may, they also have another line. They said check regularly because other calls will be announced. Okay? They also have different types of calls, and that's my question for the group. Which of the forms did you download? Is it the individual application form or the collaborative application form? Because when you are presenting, you did mention that the team that will be doing the job. Now, if it's in the individual category, then the grant will be implemented by one person, not by a team. If it's a collaborative one, it will be implemented in collaboration with at least a partner from another African country. And I didn't hear that in the presentation. So sometimes you might need to read these things clearly to understand which rules are guiding what you are applying for. So if, for instance, you are making an IFS application for collaboration and you completed it as if you are applying for an individual grant, it's done. You can't get it. So these fine details might help. In Group C is also tech fund, and I like the fact that they immediately recognize that in order to get the NRF, that's the National Research Fund, they need to collaborate with UNIMED, University of Maiduguri, which is in the area where they said they were going to work, northeast. So that's excellent, that's brilliant. Okay? But the objectives given by the group are not specific enough, are too general. Education empowerment as a panacea for poverty alleviation in the Northeast. And you make everything, education will help poverty. Yes. But remember, the fund you are applying for is not a development grant. It's a research grant. So what is the research? What are you testing for which answers are not currently available, and that at the end of your research, we will now know? Is it how to teach students between the ages of 6 and 16 during a conflict? So you will do a number of test scenarios of mobile school so that as the war zone is moving towards schools, you can move a group of students away from the war zone. That has not been tested, and you will test it using this grant so that if there is war in any part of Nigeria at any point in time, the result of this research will be useful. Then you have a research. But to say, oh, we will go there, we will enlighten them on the advantage of education, we will... No, you are not doing a research. So if you are applying for a research fund, it's different from when you are applying for a development fund. A development fund, you can create awareness, you can bring stakeholders together, you can say how best they should do it, you can make them understand. But a research grant, there must be a research element. There must be some unknown that will be uncovered after your research. In fact, the hypothesis Group C gave was that there is a relationship between education and poverty alleviation. But that is the problem statement. Therefore, it can't be your hypothesis. You are basing the entire work on the fact that you know that there is a relationship. Therefore, that's not your hypothesis. You might need to do other hypotheses. So these fine details are the things that grant makers look for. And that's why you have like 600 people will apply for a grant and there will be only one winner. 599 would have been thrown away due to one reason or the other. Group D, even though I almost threw them out this morning, they are my best group so far. I almost threw them out. This is important. What's the advantage of an excellent proposal if you can't submit it, or if it was not accepted by the constituted authority? So you have a good proposal, but because you didn't give me the name of your presenter yesterday, but because you were not really ready at 9 o'clock, I didn't collect it. So that's the first message for you. But overall, given the choice of the 5 presentations this morning, I can sit with that group almost immediately and come out with a proposal. Okay? Not because they didn't have things that we could work on. For instance, they were going to work on a census problem. That's a big problem, a problem from before independence. All the population census figures have been contested and thrown away. Actually, I have recommended that we shouldn't bother to do any census. Because why spend billions of naira only for you to reject the result and never use it in any way? Okay? So that's a good thing to work on. Okay? But almost your entire team is in southwest Nigeria. Even though you say you would have an office in Abuja, but I would also have thought that you would have regional coordinators in all the regions. Because no matter how smart you are, if you have to take off from your base as your research team, or everyone in your research team currently that you mentioned are Yoruba people, and go to northeast, northwest, south to do your work, you would have some challenge. So you need some local collaborators in every region of the country to make this kind of thing fly. Okay? Then, as I said, for you follow the template, so that's excellent. You told us the various sections of the template, and then you also outline the method you wanted to use. That's it. Okay? But the research elements you need to make it clear. Is it new technology in census that you want to test under Nigerian conditions? So that at the end of the day you can tell us either to take those new technology for future censuses or not take them or amend them in certain ways to fit our peculiar situation. That is not clear from the presentation, but I'm thinking that is possibly the direction we wanted to go. You talked a lot about distribute questionnaires and so like that. Okay, maybe because of the tension of lab to present something. Maybe it's not questionnaire, maybe it's focus group discussion, maybe it's stakeholder analysis, maybe all of those other research tools that we want to do. But these are things that if I were in your group, I would put into the proposal and budget for. In the various zones of the country. And this is the kind of proposal that can easily spend 50 million and it will not be enough. Because divide the whole country into 6 huge groups, and so divide your 50 million by 6, and then divide by the number of states in each of the group, divide by the travel time, travel time all over the place, maybe a number of flight tickets, and your money is gone. Okay? But in terms of value for money, somebody can easily see that you have something to do. And it's good that you identify UI and Landmark University as partners. But you also need partners in the other regions of the country. Now, the challenge you mentioned, the ethical and environmental considerations, there are ways around it. One of the ways around it is, once the proposal is finished, you bring it to your research office. If you don't have a research office, then you ask the Vice Chancellor to set up not more than a 3-man panel who are not members of the research team within the university to look through the proposal and look at what ethical issues. Actually, you should bring out some ethical issues in the proposal. They will look at those ethical issues and conclude that you have taken enough caution or precaution to address those issues where they come up. Or they might conclude that, oh, there are no ethical issues that should worry us in this world. What are the things we are talking about? If you want to administer questionnaire, will you obtain consent from those to whom you are administering questionnaire? If you are going to collect samples, will you take permission to take those samples? And will those samples not destroy any biological life? And if they will, what are the remedial things that you put in place? You are not collecting soil samples, but if you dig profile pits, for instance, to collect soil samples along a profile, one of the ethical issues would be that profile pit might become dangerous to farmers locally. So what remedial action are you going to take? After collecting our data from that profile pit, we will refill the site and plant some grasses to return it to its original status. Once you do all of that, and this panel is able to say you've done it, like if you are going to take pictures, you need informed consent that you can use those pictures in your report. Nowadays, if you take my picture like I'm speaking now, and you use it in your presentation sometimes, I can sue you that I didn't give you permission to use my picture. So those are the kind of ethical issues that might appear in your own. If you are doing some biological studies where you need to collect blood samples, milk samples, and things like that, where you need to use animal experiments, then there will be other ethical issues like cruelty to animal and so on. If you are dealing with issues of fetuses and so on, you might have other ethical issues in that regard too. If you are going to have to test some chemicals on human or animal subjects, you might have some ethical issues there. And these are the things that the panel will look at and then sign a one-page document saying that you've already addressed them. That's the cheapest and easiest one. The other is to go to the relevant state authorities. If you are dealing in medical issues, there are medical authorities in each state, or even at the national level, that can give you ethical clearance. And it's the same process. You submit your proposal to them, they look at it, and then they come back to you with a letter saying that you've addressed all the ethical issues. The other way is they can say, oh no, there are these ethical issues that you didn't address, please address them in your proposal before we give you ethical clearance. And once you address them, you get the clearance. So at the university level, you can do the first one. Then if you are really dealing with life, there are other bodies empowered to give ethical clearance. For instance, you cannot test food and drug without getting some kind of clearance from NAFDA. So those kind of clearances you can also get. And they don't really cost anything other than an application and then a response. For Group E, I thank Prof for making the attempt to share this with us. But one of the first things that any grant maker will look at is people are already drinking sober. So you have to be more innovative to make a grant maker interested, particularly Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And please visit the foundation website. They have a different style to grant making from most other grant makers. What they do, if you are interested in winning grants from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is you contact one of their program officers with some of the ideas that you have. They like more global things or regional issues than just Sobo in Nigeria. Okay? So that's why when we did cassava in Africa and not just cassava in Nigeria. So Nigeria was just one of 5 countries where we work. And the expertise we drew are not even just Africans. We drew expertise all over the world. That's the kind of thing that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation will go for if you want to receive funds from them. So you need to really go to their site and see what their grant making process is. It's totally different. You can look at using beverages to empower women. Then it becomes a gender proposal. Okay? And then you can contact their program officer in charge of women and gender issues. And then you can look at beverages, say, across sub-Saharan Africa that for now are done in small quantity by women in different localities, and see how do we elevate those beverages in status and standard such that the consumption base will be increased and the income to these women will be higher. For instance, one of the challenges we propose to them in cassava was that, look, cassava is a poor man's crop. Everywhere it is grown. If you commercialize the crop, you will bring in the bigger people, the more educated people, and therefore the poor man will lose out. So we said what we want to do is to develop a commercial supply system for the use of cassava, but in a way that smallholder farmers will still be the primary beneficiaries. They bought that, and it's in Nigeria, Ghana, Malawi, Tanzania, and Uganda. And of course, there are small farmers in all of these places. So this was a proposal that started, I will talk more about it later on, around Obasanjo's presidential initiative on cassava, and it's still on now, despite all the challenges. Okay? But what really interested them is not that we are going to help some Nigerian farmers, but is that we will develop a commercial platform. But we want to do it in such a way that the small players who had always been there will not be pushed out of the market. Now that's easier said than done. If you own a large factory like Thai Farms at Ososa or Allied Atlantic at Osa, who use 8 trailer loads of fresh cassava roots every day for 200 days in a year, you don't want somebody to come with 1 basket or 3 baskets of cassava. Where will you throw that? You want somebody who can come into your factory with 1 trailer. To get 1 trailer is 30 tons. You need to harvest 1 hectare of a good cassava farm to get 30 tons. And if you know 1 hectare, those who play football, it's 100 by 100 meter, a standard football field. You need 20 people working for 8 hours to uproot 1 by 1 and load it on the trailer. That's just 1 trailer on a good farm. Most farms are not good. Most farms are like 10 tons per hectare. So you have to do 3 hectares to fill 1 trailer. So if you are a private investor who had invested money in a starch or in an ethanol factory, you don't want many 1,000 smallholder farmers working out of your factory. In fact, some of the approving agencies will not even approve your process line because there will be too much interference in your factory. So, in order to develop a smallholder favored supply chain, we need to bring in aggregators who are currently not existing in many of the countries that we are working, or bring in technology that could allow some kind of intermediate product that can be done at the village level and then that can be transported to the factory rather than the fresh. So these are the different mechanisms. So by the time you come out with that kind of proposal over several countries, over several women, over several things, then you might be talking. And they work with you from the proposal development. It's not that they just ask you to submit proposal. I've done 2 proposals with them, and each of them took an average of 1 year to develop. In that 1 year, a lot of things can change. Okay, but maybe I've been lucky. So, if you want to address the bill amendment against foundation, these are some of the things. I am glad that you are a friend of Prof. Sanni. We've been working together for more than half of my lifetime here on heart so far. So, you can also work with him. He's the Nigerian expert on the project. I am just the one that coordinates the 5 countries. But we should talk of Kaba in Nigeria is some. So broadly speaking, I'm sure you would have, from the discussions of yesterday, and from some of the...
that applied earlier on, are these the ones that are being taught, or how do we, find ourselves in that particular eligibility? Then the second one is that we came about the collaborative, actually we downloaded individual form because of the age, but if it's an individual that is qualified, can it still be collaborative? That's the second question. And then the third question is, you talked about looking at it holistically, maybe African countries and getting Africa collaborators. I think maybe when we go online and see people that have published similar work using that particular raw material, maybe we could look at that as well.
Okay. Your first question, if you are looking for a grant opportunity and you see something like that, only invited participants will be involved in this. I will send them an email. Usually there is a contact. Say, I'm interested in this thing and I saw on your website that only invited participants would be required. Please, what do I need to do to be invited? The worst that would happen is they will not answer you. But most of the time, you will get a response, oh, for this year, we can no longer invite you, but we will note or fill this form and we will put you in our portfolio. What I think had happened is that IFS had a number of applications over the year, excellent applications, but because of financial limitation, couldn't fund them. So they are using this year as the opportunity to say, look, some of those previous ones that are yet to be funded and they are good, rather than call everyone to apply, why don't we invite them to repackage themselves and apply? So I think that's the sensibility. I have won IFS 3 times in my career, so I appreciate them a lot for their contribution to my career. And I think Prof and Afolabi to have won IFS. It's a good way if you are an early career scientist, because for close to 12 years of your career, you have a continuous flow of research plan. If you are just starting, it's not big, but it places, and they, in addition to those, they also take you to workshops and trainings and conferences, which they pay for. With IFS, you might not make plenty of money in the pocket, but you become known in your field, which is more important than money when you are just starting. Secondly, yes, if you have an individual application and you find collaborators, you can contribute for people having the same kind of mind and be in a collaboration application rather than an individual application. The collaboration application, I think, is $15,000 per collaborator, whereas the individual is $12,000 for just one individual.
But the individual will be eligible to now will not be a parallel.
Yes. Okay. I think you have one other question. Okay. No, I think in any particular year, if you submit the individual, you cannot submit collaboration. So you have to really go for.
So I'm talking about the collaboration. Are they still going to do that?
Oh, the allocation. Yes. They will allocate your individual budget to you. Okay. But there are collaborative activities which mandatorily you must put in your budget. That's why you put the extra $3,000. So that you might need to travel to each other's countries and institutions. You might need to do some collective workshops. That's why that extra money is there. So each person in the collaboration will get their fund, but you will be mandated to do some things together, which you will pay for. All of them must meet certain criteria.
What about the age?
Including the age. Including the age. Now, the only exception in that group is if you had won it before. Like at the time I won my third grant, I won it as a collaborative grant. I was almost 50 then. So, but because I had won it twice before, and we have two other people in the group who are within the age limit and they are new, that's their own first grant, we spoke in our session. And there are ways of writing these things that makes a difference. For instance, by my inclusion, one of the things we said, there is an advantage to having an experienced researcher in our team who will mentor these two younger ones, and it's sold. My two earlier work were on cassava. The work we were doing in the collaborating group was on cocoyam, and I put it in my own part that some of the work we have done in cassava over the last 15 years, which has brought cassava from a poor man crop to a highly commercialized crop, can be tried on cocoyam. They also call that. So there are these elements of sentences and one which I think Dr. Afolabi was pointing out yesterday that makes a difference between two proposals that ostensibly are supposed to be the same, but the way you have to do it. Okay. Finally.
Someone needs to go out to create reports on some of the machines, the equipment we are going to use so that we'll be able to get the accurate. You know, when you talk about budget, you talk about the actual and the expected, so that you will not work within our budget.
Okay. Let me say the word budget implies a proposal. It's different from actual. So it's your best guess at that point in time. What I normally do is if I want to buy a spectrophotometer, for instance, I don't know how much, but I can go online and start. I will use the publicly available value.
Nigerian journal of XYZ that Scopus will pick up. They automatically create database for every publisher. You don't need to go and meet them. ResearchGate, Google Scholar and the rest of them, you are the one that created it. But Scopus, they have a database. If you key in your name, your publishing name, you see your publications. But you will not see those predatory journals. They will have filtered them up. So please use those ones. So if you see 3 or 4, for instance, you are applying for that is a highly competitive fellowship. They ask you to put, I think, 1 or 2 journals. Even if you have 20. They don't care. It's postdoc because they want to see your best. So you just name 1 or 2 that you consider your own best publication. Some will tell you 5. I think Professor Sanni, okay, it's Professor Adebayo that told us yesterday. Okay, it's Professor Sanni. That some people will give you 72 pages CV and you have to reduce it to 2 pages. And please, some of those, I'm sure if Professor Afolabi will give you his CV, the one that will contain publication alone will be up to 30 pages. Yes. So what do you do with that 30? You just pick the best. And how do you know the best? Look for the one that is most reputable with this. Look at the volume. Yes. If you have volume 70, volume 80 something, that means that journal has been in existence for long. If it's Elsevier, Science, if you have one publication in Nature, you don't need to trouble yourself. You just put that one publication. It's enough to sell you. So please, that's what we'll do. That's what will help. If you now don't have any publication at all, I think you should work on it. But that will not stop you. You can just apply and leave it to whatever work your proposal may sell you. After all, people that are not in academic can equally apply for some grants. Thank you very much. With that one, we'll move to the next and final presentation. It will be done by, it will be handled by Professor Adebayo, who is our Director of Grant Management in FUNAB, and is equally the manager of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation grant of $18 million, and is the one that represents the entire country. Professor Sanni actually is the Nigerian rep, while he's the one in charge. He will be telling us how they manage 18.8, and mind you, it's not the only grant they are managing. And I may tell you that about a week or 2 ago, you now received MacArthur Foundation and it's their research that won that grant. It's 500,000, and he told me it's just 500,000. And I told him he should have given that one to me, and he didn't do that one. And I can summarize that particular grant, the 500,000 grant. What they did is this: if you know cassava harvesting, within 2 days, it changed to something else. What happens is that the glucose within the cassava will start replicating itself, and before you know it, the quality depreciates. What did that grant do? They just proposed a new method of packing it in a particular polythene that will allow it to last for just 8 days. So they lengthened the deterioration date by just 5 or 6 days. It's as simple as that. And they are paying $500,000 to carry out that research. It looked that simple. Sometimes grant winning is not the heavy stuff. It's something that is almost every day. Why not lengthen it? And that's what they did. And they won $500,000. And when I asked him, he said, it's just $500,000. And I said, give me that one. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming Professor Adebayo.
Something to do with food security. Then I want to know whether I am eligible. Okay? On this kind of site, I will either look for the grants or look for the support tools and resources. And you see, they even help me if you are interested in a specific topic. Agriculture, awareness raising, biodiversity. You remember that I didn't put all of that. You can click on any one of these to see more opportunity. On religion, did you find anything? Good. So this is the systematic order. You can devote a week. Sit down. All you do, every day you come, during that week, you read this thing. There's usually a place where it gives you the total number of things, the total number of items it has unearthed. See, for the keywords that I have provided, there is 1.9 million items available. Chances are that I don't need to go through all of them. So you can select just a few that appears relevant and study them in detail and look for how you can key into those. Are you eligible? First, as an individual, it might be an age limit, it might be a qualification, academic qualification limit, it might be a certain level of experience that they wanted. Okay? It might be some certain kind of skills, computer skills, language skills. Say, the persons who want to benefit from this must be able to speak French and English. That's one of the regrets of my life. I enrolled in a French class and didn't go. And now I keep regretting it every day. When there are UN opportunities, they said at least 2 of French, English, Spanish, Arabic, or Chinese. I can only speak 1. Remember me. So, it might be skills, like language skills. And for those of us who speak Yoruba, if it's a UNESCO thing, they might ask for people who can speak Yoruba, and I will quickly jump at that. Actually, Igbo is more popular now, because Igbo is one of the dying languages of the world. So if you can speak Igbo language, you can sell something. Dr. John, it's dying. It's dying. It's listed. Go to UNESCO website. They made a list of languages that are dying, and Igbo language is there. So, those who can speak it, those who can speak it, concentrate. Hey, he's protected. So, if they need those skills, that's different. For instance, you are an economist, and they needed economists who could talk to who could talk to young Igbo boys who opted out of school to go into business. You remember the qualification? Economics who could talk to young Igbo boys who did not go to school because of business. That already excludes several of us. I can't speak Igbo. No matter how good I am in economics, I'm eliminated. You didn't go to school to study Igbo. You studied economics. But by God's special design, you are Igbo, you can speak Igbo. Thank God for His mercy. So you put in an application. You are possibly one of 5 in the whole world who will be an economist and be Igbo and be at that age range or available at that point in time. Because the other ones are Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is too far up there to apply for a $500 per day job. So you are the second one in the line. So it might be skills that are not school skills. Actually, there was an advert once. They wanted someone who has good cooking skill, physically fit, good cooking skill, physically fit, and can use arms and ammunition to join the Navy. Because in the entire naval force, they didn't find this kind of people as cooks. They find people who can cook. It's either they are not physically fit. Okay? It's either they are cook, physically fit, but cannot handle arms and ammunition. So this becomes the essential qualifications that are required, not the degree. So some of these skills can be the things that sells you. My own skill is in writing. I write this meeting in my younger days, this 2-day meeting, I can write a journal article. And my colleagues at that time will be like, hola. So long as it's published in a reputable journal. Because I eventually became a professor of rural development communication. And it's actually writing as a form of communication. So you can use certain skills to push up your academic qualification in a grant application. Okay? So you need to read fine line. So this simple skill is to say that there is no limit to the funding opportunities available. By the time you go through these 1.9 million opportunities, unless something else is wrong, or maybe God has another plan, or unless God has another plan for you, which is not here. And God works in wonderful ways. When he wanted to make Joseph the prime minister of Egypt, he first sent him to jail, make him a slave. Because that is the only way he could leave Israel and become a prime minister in Egypt. If he didn't go through that part, he wouldn't make it. Imagine if his dad had tried to be smart, say, I want this my son to be the prime minister of Egypt. So as soon as he gave back to him, he took him to the Pharaoh's house and said, Pharaoh, this boy is a Jewish boy, but I want him to be prime minister in your land. So please take him. Some of the princes, some of the political people might have removed him successfully. So if you use this approach and it didn't work, don't lose hope. Don't lose hope, because there might be other designs. Any question at this point?
God bless you, Prof.
God bless you too.
I'm very grateful. Immediately we search like this and bring them out like this. Number one criteria we should look for is the eligibility.
Is eligibility. That's the very first thing. Because if you are not eligible, just like I was saying about the IFS group, you open the website and the first thing they said is the people who will be qualified to apply have been invited. And you are not invited. So why fill the form? Okay? But you can do other things, like I said. You can send them an email and say, I have not been invited, but I'm interested. What do I need to do to be invited? Attached herewith is my one-page resume. If you need further detail, I can send it.
Thank you, sir.
So with that kind of email, you possibly will get a response that says, oh, sorry, you are not qualified at this time, but please complete this form, which will put your data in our database. That's good enough. When they are doing another round of invitation, you might be invited. So you don't just see that they said I'm not qualified, bye-bye. Then the other thing, I think I was talking with the university bursar yesterday, is they put out a call, and I look at the thing, everything is about HIV/AIDS. And me, I'm a food security person. So what do I do? Do I just put, I look at the whole 1.9 million. I didn't find anything that really suits me. Everything is HIV/AIDS, HIV/AIDS. So can I say that HIV/AIDS people have the tendency to lose their job, but particularly once it becomes public that they are HIV positive. 2, they have dependents who are relying on them for survival, and the moment they can no longer produce, there are challenges. Then perhaps I could provide a food security solution to the problem of HIV/AIDS as a long-term solution. So That is what we call smuggling yourself into a new field. What you do in that case is you can't do it alone. So you need some HIV experts. So you recognize them and direct your concepts to them. And you guys have been working on HIV. You are working on drugs. You are working on therapy. You are working on rehabilitation. But none of you is working on food security and survival of the members of the family of the HIV/AIDS people. I can do that. That's my expertise. Look at it. Let me join your team. So the next time they are submitting an application for grant, they put there one objective to look at food security condition of HIV people. Then I'm there. The grant will still be an HIV grant. No objection. But I'm now there. The next time I'm writing my CV, I will put it there. World Health Organization grant on HIV for food security. I'm the food security expert on the scene. So the next time you are submitting another application, that's a reference. Are we together? Yes. So even sometimes when you look at opportunities like this and you seem not to find something direct, you can, if you have your ways with words, you can describe how you are relevant to the group. Quite a lot of our colleagues who are in languages at FUNAB find themselves in different kind of proposals. Not because they initiate or originate them, but because people need to write reports and they need to obey certain language rules. So there's a small element for them. At times you then bring them as members of your team because you are going to produce tons of reports and you need some experts to help you do that. And that's the point I said about the fact that you might have just less than 10% of your staff strength winning the grant. But once you have won the grant, everybody will eat. Are we together? Yes. So I will now proceed. I don't think I have my presentation on this computer. Don't worry, it's there already. I will put it there. Okay, put it flash. Do here is to give a bit of introduction. Many of it have been said, so I will focus on item 2 there, the process of competitive bidding. Because for me, the concept of competitive bidding is what makes grant winning joyful. You know, when you are one of 2,000. And when they selected 5 out of 2,000, you are one of them. The joy is unlimited. Many years after you have won it, you are still like, that's grand. Okay, so we'll talk a bit about that. Prof. Sanni talked about image, impact, and feasibility yesterday. I will just mention it in passing. I will focus on some examples of grants that we have won at FUNAB, the ones that are personal to me. And the reason I'm doing that is for you to see the trend of how you can use one grant to build additional grants. And then I have the 10 commandments, not the mosaic ones, the ones that may have guided me one way or the other in my career will be shared with you. The leveraging on success. I have met with a number of our colleagues. I have a group of 4 there, the 4 musketeers who are trying to disrupt this class. Building on success is more challenging. Actually, winning the first grant is more challenging than winning the subsequent one because sometimes we find it difficult to manage success. We'll take some examples of how we have used our successes in one grant to leverage additional grants and some of the keys to success. Then we'll talk briefly about how mountaintop universities can be better at winning, managing, and leveraging grants. And this is going to be from my experiences at FUNAB. So you might pardon me if I don't fully understand the dynamics of MTU. We'll get there at one point. This you already know. Like the process of competitive bidding itself always starts with a call or announcement. And that's why the first exercise we did, you go online, you will find the call or find the announcement, which will detail what is required, including having a template. If they don't give you a template, follow your master's or your PhD template. That's if there is none. If none is provided, then that is good enough. The 3 additional components you will put is you put a timeline or a time plan or a Gantt chart, the type that Prof showed us yesterday. You put a budget and then maybe a resource or a resource framework. Once you put those 3 to your master's or your PhD work, you have a proposal. That's if they didn't give you any template. The first thing, of course, is the idea. What is the idea about? We have had at least 5 ideas today. You might be asked to develop a concept note. We talked about concept notes yesterday. You might need to build a team, a research and development team. There has been plenty of talk about it. And my general rule is I will pick the best person for the job. Not necessarily my friends. The best person for the job. When we win it, then I will invite my friend to come and chop with me. Because if you put only your friend, and because of poor team composition you lose it, what advantage have you gained? So use the best. And don't overcrowd your team. Don't overcrowd it, 1, in sheer number. If 3 people will do, don't put 7. Okay? For those who speak Yoruba, we must put, if we don't put him, you know, it's our party now, to be like we eliminated him. After your setting. No. And what should guide you is the CVs of the people you want to put in. So what I normally do is, okay, for this work, we need a food scientist. There are 3 food scientists in the university. So I look at the CV of the 3 food scientists and I say, this one. Because we are talking fermentation. So this fermentation, this person who has worked with fermentation before. The other 2 food scientists, good as they may be, one might be a drying expert, the other might be a food chemist. And I need somebody who understands the biology of fermentation. So, no bias, no, it's not from our town now. In fact, I don't even trust him. Okay? Then you need that CV. For example, gave you the advantage of that, the example of producing yesterday, the man in Europe that we needed to win a grant. If you didn't have him as a partner, you would have lost the grant. And that's because the only qualification we did at that point, we need someone from a European organization. So we got him. The CV says European organization. That's an address, an email address that says the European organization. So build your team sensibly, then manage the writing process. From between yesterday and today, you've seen how difficult it is to write a proposal in a team. Somebody will end up writing it. Sometimes that's faster. At other times, you can assign different components to different people and then have one person harmonize it. But it's more difficult than that. Submission of bid, if you write it and you cannot submit it, of what use to humanity have you been? So, submit it to time in the right format that is required. Then feedback and revision. Actually, more than half of the very good bids are lost at the feedback and revision stage. Because they give you a feedback, because you didn't check your email, the deadline for responding to the feedback had gone. Therefore, you drop out. Not because the quality of proposal is bad, but because you didn't submit on time. 2, you didn't address the issues. They gave you a number of things to address. Rather than address them, you became sentimental. One of my best Bible example was in a secondary school Bible exam. One person was told to write about the person and character of Jesus Christ. And he said, who am I, a mere mortal, to write about my Lord and Savior. Rather, I will write about John the Baptist. So he did a good epistle about John the Baptist. You are all lecturers, you can imagine what it's called. 100%. A+. So, if you are giving feedback, please take it and use it to advantage. Negotiating the contract. This is where it gets complex. They send you a 12-page document and want you to return it by the close of work today, signed. And there are tiny lines there, like the university will provide a counterpart fund of 30%. But because you are too busy, you didn't read it. You just signed and returned. You didn't even show it to the VC or anybody. Then, after signing the contract, they then said, okay, Mr. Vice Chancellor, your university signed a contract to send us 30% of $1 million. When? They say, when? They say, oh, there's a Dr. Akinlua in your university who signed the document. You can imagine what conversation between the Vice Chancellor and the person who signed will be after that letter. So, negotiating the contract requires some expertise. So you might get your legal unit to quickly give you an opinion. They know the clauses to look for. If you don't have that, take time to read it yourself. It's usually written in English for us in Nigeria. Take time to read it and understand it. Like Professor Sanni said yesterday, the fact that they said counterpart fund does not actually mean you should put down some money. And by the time you convince your chief executive that, look, it doesn't mean we are putting down money. It means that my time as a lecturer, you are paying me salary, 200,000 per month. That's 2.4 million in a year. That's counterpart fund. So I'm not going to get any money from this project, but your salary that you are paying me is counterpart fund. That's easily understood and is accepted. I'm going to use your laboratory without paying rent. That's counterpart fund. You are giving me an office. You are not going to give me another office. The rent on the office is counterpart fund. I'm going to use the library without paying additional things. That's part of counterpart funding. I'm going to use a free university vehicle. I will need the Vice Chancellor's kind approval. Then if you approve, it will be counterpart. Because that will have financial implications like fueling and so on. But with a clear understanding of the contract, you can walk your way around it without getting your institution into trouble. And then, of course, you get the grant awarded, and then the rest will be easy. Winning a grant requires perseverance, knowledge of the field, teamwork, and the grace of God. But you can have the best grant, very well written, submitted on time, and somehow, due to no fault of yours, the email that was supposed to be sent to those who didn't make the course was sent to you. Just by some error. Your name is Adebayo Kolawole Emmanuel. Another person is Adebayo Kolawole Raphael. He's the one that was not successful, that they sent it to you instead. This is where the grace of God can be the deciding factor. So pray about it. Okay? So pray about it. Last year, we won a grant from ECOWAS. And it's just by grace of God. It might be one man lead. One person will write the whole thing, share it with everybody, they will comment, and then this, does that, does this. Or it might be a team working together and say, you work on this section, I work on this section, and we pull it together. But please always use the internet to advantage. But there's a note of caution there. It's not everything that is on the internet that is true or correct. Defer to the leader. Even when it's wrong, when the leader is wrong, and that's the rule of the captain of the ship. When your captain is wrong, you make your point. Captain, this is not right. This is not what we are supposed to do. But once the captain says, having listened to you, this is what we will do. Aye, sir. And then you go into the ship and continue steering until you hit the rock. And then go will have learned a big lesson. To listen to subordinates.
Provided there is everything.
Okay? But there can only be one leader. The moment you have more than one leader in a team, the team will become dysfunctional.
Yes, sir.
No matter how brilliant your suggestion is, if you start quarreling with your leader all the time, your team will become dysfunctional. So, I will of course respond promptly to feedback. You can also use your budget to empower your institution. When you are building budget, your institution already has a lab, but you want to furnish the lab. Your research will use a particular equipment. You can use that opportunity to buy that equipment. Note it, that equipment, not you just throw in all the equipment you need, when in fact they are not relevant to that research. So it's very important to do that, because eventually you finish the research, the equipment will remain in the laboratory. And if another person in the department is getting another grant, you can get another equipment that will complement what you already have. Professor Sanni is our expert in that. If you go to our food science lab, all the food science laboratories, more than 30% of the equipment they were bought from grants received by Professor Sanni, right from his younger days to this time when he's now the dean of the college. And because of that, other lecturers in the department or in the college use their grants to equip their laboratories. So please, you can empower your institution with that. Now, partnership, we've talked about it here and there. But it's very important. And from the examples this morning, all the people who chose NRF, the National Research Fund, in MTU, if you present yourself as the leader, you might not win. Because it's very clear, publicly funded universities or research institutes are eligible. You are not publicly funded. Therefore, do you stop or you look for collaborators who are publicly funded? But generally, you can have what is called a North-South partnership. And it's not Northern Nigeria and Southern Nigeria. It's Europe, America, Africa, Asia. Africa, Asia, Pacific, Caribbean is the South. Europe and America is the North. You know that Australia is in the south of all of these things, but it's part of the North. In terms of this North-South collaboration. If you are writing a proposal and one of your partners is a European or American partner, it elevates your rating a bit. Particularly if you want to access European Union funding, it's mandatory that you have a European Union partner. If you want to access DFID funding, you need a UK partner. It's not compulsory in all cases, but read carefully. You might find out that you need such partners. And how do you form such partnerships? One of the best ways to form the partnership is during your studies. If you have the opportunity to study overseas, make friends. By the time you are back in the country, those friends will be your primary partners. They are primary because you will need secondary and tertiary partners. For instance, I studied at the University of Reading. So I wanted to do something with the University of Greenwich. I don't know anybody in Greenwich. The chances are that there's somebody at Reading who knows somebody in Greenwich. Rather than try, which is what most of us do, to send an email based on the email of the staff list on Greenwich, I send an email to my friend who knows me personally at Reading, who then recommends me to someone in Greenwich. You will get a quicker response through that kind of referral than when you just take a list of all the people in food science department in Greenwich and start sending email to them. Sometimes you can be lucky, like Dr. Afolabi, to get somebody who will respond. But most of the time they are too busy. But when there is a personal touch, for instance, somebody said he's applying for Alexander von Humboldt fellowship. The best references are previous fellows. And there are many Nigerians who have won that fellowship before, particularly at UI and IFE. Search them out. If they recommend you, and please, they are not going to recommend you because they know you. They are going to recommend you because they've looked at your CV, they've looked at your proposal, and they think that you stand a chance. I'm a Commonwealth fellow. You can, if you want to apply for Commonwealth scholarship, you can reach out to me. But I will only recommend you if I'm convinced that you stand a chance. It's not just because, oh, padi. It doesn't work that way. So you can have South-South collaboration. So FUNAB and MTU will collaborate. UNIMAID and MTU will collaborate. UI, Landmark and MTU will collaborate. And that will be a South-South collaboration. But you can go beyond that. You can collaborate with Ghana. You can collaborate with Kenya. You can collaborate with South Africa. And it's very easy. Attend conferences, particularly regional conferences. You will meet quite a number of your colleagues and contemporaries and senior colleagues. And when you meet them, don't just attend the conference, present your paper, and go shopping. I'm not abusing the ladies, because they like shopping when they come to conferences. But you also can shop with women from Botswana and South Africa, and you become friends for life because you shop together. And when they come to Nigeria for international conferences, and you attend the international conference in Nigeria, be helpful, be supportive, exchange emails. When they go back, send email to ask them if they arrived home safely. The next time you need a collaborator, you have a friend in South Africa, you have a friend in Kenya, you have a friend in Ghana. All those are South-South collaboration. You can have hierarchic collaboration, vertical collaboration. A university, a research institute, and a college of agriculture, or college of education, or polytechnic. That's a vertical collaboration. Usually universities are at the top of the vertical pyramid, so you have an advantage there. Okay? And there are reasons why you might need to do that. For my colleagues who wanted to improve education in the Northeast, you might find out that there are colleges of education already there, where you can use some local expertise in education as part of your team. And they might even be more friendly because they are collaborating with you at the top, university. Because you might bring in some additional advantage to their institution. Okay? So vertical collaboration could be an advantage. Of course, horizontal collaboration among universities. You know, people who are your peers. Or a young academic can collaborate with a senior academic, that's vertical. Or 2 or 3 young academics or 2 or 3 senior academics who collaborate together, and that would be vertical. Are we together? That would be horizontal. Are we together? Then you can collaborate based on interest. Like the cover project, many of our collaborations are based on interest, commercial interest. There are partners who want to make money from this idea. So they are joining the team because of the money they will make. They are not interested in publication. They are not going to publish anything. But there are partners like us who want to publish. And we can work together. For instance, if you are developing a new drug or a new drink, a commercial partner will be handy, particularly if you are looking for foundation funding. Telling them that you have commercial partners who will readily take the result of the work and fly with it is an advantage. And they might require such commercial partners to meet some criteria. So again, you might need to do your own due diligence. To say that, oh, we are working with Nigerian bottling company. So you might change that slide where you are trying to kill the product of Nigerian bottling company. Because if you are collaborating with them, you cannot be killing them. And then say, yes, they do all of these, which are popular, but there are these ones which have medicinal purposes and they can also make money selling it. They already have the network and the marketing skill that this project will benefit from. This project is about the research, and once the research is out, Nigerian bottling company will roll it out, and they've already signed a commitment that they will do it. So they are a partner in the project, and that stands you in great stead. Okay, so you can have partnership based on interest. Okay, you can have developmental partners, NGOs, churches, other faith-based organizations, aspiring politicians can be partners in a particular project. They have money they want to throw away. Rather than throw it away, guide them to a path that will be more meaningful and more useful. You are partners. For instance, who is the senator responsible for Mowe Ibafo area? Partnering with that senator's constituency office might be an advantage, might be an opener to their constituency project fund, which run in billions of naira, by the way. So you would help him to be more politically popular, that's his interest, but be careful because you are a faith-based institution, so be careful. But you can help him to be more politically popular by spending this constituency project fund in more rewarding ways. So you can be philanthropic. Invite people to establish endowed shares, to put scholarships that will fund excellence in music, research, and education. So that instead of singing junks, they will sing meaningful music or use instruments to transform lives. So it might be purely philanthropy that is going to do something for you in terms of your career, and is going to do something for the beneficiaries in terms of their future. And of course, the philanthropists can face God and say, Baba, please, I tried now. Image, impact, and feasibility. By now, just about 24 hours since we started this meeting, you must have heard so much about FUNA that you think that is the angelic University of Nigeria. It's about image, it's about impact, and it's about feasibility. Whatever you do, don't let it just sit down here. Let the world know that you are doing it. It might be the stepping stone to other things. You heard that I got a letter of commendation when FUNAB came first in Research and Development Fair, National Research and Development Fair. That's the award. This is our current Vice Chancellor. He was then the Director of Research and Development. So when we got the thing, he was the first who presented it to. So, and these are some of the work that we were doing that led us to that. Image is everything. And it's about perception. I'm sure in your university, everybody is so corporately dressed that makes me believe that there is kind of already some tutoring about image. We entered into your university and everything was branded and carefully labeled. That's already image. This is a good university. No matter what else, once you have this mentality that that's a good university, it's the best image you can paint for yourself. University rubbish people, and that's why you are making your salary every month. Rubbish people. You are rubbishing yourself too. So you would hardly find me point out all the troubles we have in FUNAB. You will find me telling you all the grants we have won, all the brilliant students we have all over the world. Because that's my calling. That's me. Oh, you have this problem. Oh, don't worry. That's just local politics. It will fly away. Wave it. Because it's in my interest that the university has a good image. Okay? Can the university be trusted to use grants for the express purpose? So if you have a grant to develop your music laboratory, will your university commandeer it and use it to develop a transport hub? The moment you start doing things like that, the funders might not complain, but they are noting it. Don't mind them, they will divert your money or use it to do other things. And of course, we deliver high quality output. Impact and visibility. You need to be visible. People need to see that you are doing it. So this guy is recording all of this. Hopefully, we will make it visible that the management of this university cares so much about you that they even organize a training on how to win grant. Okay? So let it be known. Now, this is going towards the end. As a private university, this is even more important. You can increase your research and development, financial stability and impact by making the successes you achieve more visible and sustaining a path for improvement. Now, this is only a conceptual diagram. This is where you are currently. That's the amount of money you have for research and development. Okay? And I've used dollars so that if Naira fluctuates, you know where you are. But you can realize this after this workshop, because at least 20% of you will throw in application here and there. At least a quarter of those people will win grants almost immediately, like this year. Amen. That's the way it works. In the long run, everybody would win, but almost immediately, that's the kind of outcome that comes out. So your realized funding will increase, but immediately you achieve this, that's not the end. Look at where we are still going to. So you can then let people know about your success stories, what you have done well. There's a researcher here who has developed a way to play Apala music in orchestra. That's possibly something that's going to be difficult because the percussion level will be high. But someone has done it and the person is from here. You don't just let it sit down somewhere. Bring it to the world. We have done it. The Yorubas will say, "Omeni okinse di bebere." That's it. Like I see the omeni. If your child is pretty, showcase. I have a brilliant music researcher here. Okay? So everything you do, let various stakeholders know. And of course, there is the effectiveness opportunity. This is the visibility opportunity. The more visible the things you do have, the more you attract funds. Actually, we are now at a stage at FUNAB that some of us, they will send us an email to say, we want you to request for this fund. At least for me and Sanni and our peers, that's where we are now. We hardly go to do what I've just taught you this morning, to look for funds. We get an email from a United Nations body, say FAO, say, dear Professor Adebayo, there is this fund available in the FAO, and we want you to submit a bid to apply for it. That's how we got the Center of Excellence, $8 million from the World Bank. We were identified because of the visibility of the previous things we have done. And so we became a Center of Excellence for Western and Central Africa in agricultural postgraduate training. So the more visible you are, the more people look in your direction. And they have been seeing their signboard. Are we together? So there is the effectiveness advantage. By the time Rockefeller was making that selection, there are possibly people with better ideas. Where they will look at track record. These people have over 2 decades of continuous work on cassava. This grant is about cassava. We will give it to them. Sometimes it's that simple. They say, yes, all these other ideas are innovative and possibly better, but they don't have the same track record. They have not demonstrated that they are the experts in that field. Now, let's come personal. Your university has a mandate already. I visited your website. Is there anybody who can read it without quickly going to the website? The mandate of MTU. And don't worry, not many of them have classes like this. These are the vision and mission, not the mandate. I'm sure after this presentation you will go to your website. It's one of the very first statements. Transform and rejuvenate social, economic, and political efforts of the nation. See, that's the thing with your website. You cannot sneak to go to the website. It will give you music to know you are there already. Okay? But each of you, particularly early career members here, need to look at that mandate and say, look, I have at least 20 years to spend in this university. What's my 20-year vision? I did that very early in my career as a graduate assistant, and it paid off. Sometimes what you even set 20 years for, you might have achieved it in 10 years. That's okay. It's better to have a plan than to have none. So, if this is what the university said is all about, if I'm able to find a niche for myself here and build 20 years on that niche, I will become the world-renowned expert on rejuvenation of social and economic and political weapons. What does that mean? If I'm in education, it means that I want to develop a style of teaching and learning that can be replicated several times over and produce the same result. I don't know if that is possible. I'm not an educationist, but if that were possible, and somebody devotes 20 years of his career, research, development, awareness raising, publication, is about these teaching methods. So he piloted it early, tested it in a number of situations, have a record of student performance every time they go through that teaching experience. And is able to become known as the Montessori expert, or the expert in teaching methods. And then he will go from university to university teaching them this method with his name, with the name of your university and the logo of your university appearing in the corner as the place where it comes from. So it means that within this mandate, that fellow has created a niche for him or herself. Okay? I trained in agricultural extension and rural development. In that field, many of our colleagues work with making research outputs accessible and available to farmers. I realized very early in my career that that is an overbeaten path. So I looked at post-harvest extension services. And so I work with colleagues in food science rather than colleagues in agronomy or animal science. It paid off. By now, I'm possibly one of 3 or 4 people who have an agric extension background and are working in post-harvest side of things. So if you need just one person in Africa, I'm possibly the only person you will look for, or maybe some of my students now. That's how to carve out a niche within a discipline. Okay? Your university, MTU, prides itself as developing the total man, and this is encapsulated in training of body, mind, and spirit. Sister Grace, this is your opportunity. In 20 years, you'll be standing in front of academics in physics, in chemistry, and telling them how to build body, mind, and spirit. Using music, the different types of music that does each of these at different times of the day, at different psychological states, because we will have done so much research and publications in 20 years that if somebody says, look, I'm having some trouble, I can't concentrate, you can immediately say, okay, take this tape. It's only $50. Listen to it and tell me the result after 1 week. And if that was successful, you can imagine the number of customers you have for your tape. And I hope your university already have a patent unit that will patent that tape so that they can only buy it, or anywhere they buy it, royalty will come to the university and to Sister Grace who developed it.
Are you into music?
She can. As a staff of MTU, what aspect of this mandate do you contribute to? In 20 years,
where will you be on the ladder of this mandate? Might be the first 5 years to get a PhD in that field. Kill that, put it in pocket. Because some people spend 20 years to do PhD. Because you have a 20-year mandate to get somewhere, you cannot afford the luxury of spending 20 years to do PhD. There's no time. Okay? I recall when I was on my Commonwealth scholarship in the UK, we had other Commonwealth scholars collecting the same stipend that I was collecting, still going to work in London to make additional money. I refused to do that. I said, look, I'm here, I have time, I need to go back home. They are expecting me. Extension in Nigeria, they are expecting me. It paid off. Some of my colleagues who stayed on are now 2 or 3 years behind because they didn't return on time to start building a career. So a PhD is only the foundation of starting a career in academics. It's not the end. Yeah. It's the minimum academic requirement to be a university lecturer. If you have something less, there's still work to do because you cannot get to the top. And so you need to have short-term, medium-term, and long-term effort that you need to put into it. So for me at that time, PhD was short-term. Even though it was 5 years, because I started my career with a first degree. I finished the national service and I came to the university, GA. So I know that it's a maximum of 5 years. No extra. No, can I do 1 more year, sir? No. And it's possible. People are doing it everywhere. So put that down. Medium term. I need not to miss any promotion. Promotions are done every 3 years. And there are criteria. Lay that criteria. How many publications, what quality of publication, how many conferences. All of those are clear. I know them up front. So I work beyond them. Like those of us who play golf, when you want to eat uphill, they say, try as if you are eating beyond the hill. So that, call me, it will land on the hill. Okay? So medium-term effort, and then of course long-term effort. I'm before you today. This is a long-term effort. Now I'm looking forward to retirement. Many of you might look at me and look at Babadi and say, how can you retire? He's enjoying himself. Because once you retire, whatever other things you do is to just keep yourself busy while you wait time. When some of you might be saying, this PhD, you're sitting there and saying, well, maybe I will see 1 or 2 things I will use in my next class. Or maybe even if I learn nothing, at least I'm relaxed. I'm a student for 1 or 2 days. So, please build something for yourself. 10 commandments. Start early if you can. Don't wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow might be too late. Learn patiently in your tutelage year. Today, people are too impatient. Adebayo 180 million. I must win my 180 million too. Dangote said, it took me 30 years from following my father to his trading shop to becoming Africa's wealthiest man. Therefore, if you want to be like me, add 30 years to where you are starting from. It's not a direct quotation, but that's the sense of what he said. That when he sees a lot of young people come to him and say, Dangote says, I want to be like you. You can't be like me next year or the year after. Maybe you will not use 30 years. Maybe yours will be 10 years. But you need to build something. You need to work on something. But learn patiently in your tutelage year. Respect other team members for their contributions. It's a very common thing. Don't worry, that one is not important. Early in my career, I worked with a colleague of mine, a senior colleague. We submitted a proposal and it came successful. It's a nutrition proposal and it was successful. We were giving 50,000 euro per year for 3 years. So there's a small component, which is the extension component that I was supposed to do. She's the leader. So when the things came through, she came to my office one day and said, see, Mr. Adebayo, that aspect, I've already done it before. We don't need to do it again. So take this 200 euros. Yeah, madam.
No, you don't need to worry. At least I contribute to people's proposal and other things too. If you have already done it, no problem. So she went away. 3 years later, she sent some manuscript for publication and included my name as a co-author. I didn't know. Of course, the editors of that journal wrote to all of us who are co-authors to sign a consent form. So I replied that I can't consent to this. I didn't contribute to the research in any way. So they got back to her and rejected the paper because one of the co-authors claimed that they didn't contribute in any way. So she came to me and said, how can you do that? I was trying to help you. Madam, you're not good conscience. What is my contribution to this thing? The part that should have been my contribution, you said you have done it before. So why put my name? Okay, so respect other team members for their contribution, however small. Is their discipline, is their contribution. All animals are equal, are more equal than others. For those of us who read your Joel, yes, there are 5 of us in a research team. I'm there, Baba is there, Sister Grace is there, you are there, and you are there. Me and Baba are not the same now. So you can't treat us the same. So, as a good researcher and team leader, you have to understand that members of your team are different shades of character and personality, and you need to manage all of that for the good of the team. This is of particular importance because you are a faith-based institution. If there are taxes you must pay, pay your taxes. It's part of the job. If there are things that you cannot absolutely do, then make that clear. And people will respect you for it. Yeah, Pastor Okunuga. They will make exemptions for that. The things that, look, it's not against my faith, it will let our work go smoothly. Keep it. Whatever. Let's go. You will understand this as you go into project management more and more. That there are some battles you don't need to fight. It doesn't kill you. Fine. Okay. We have 2 projects ongoing. There's only one ILOX vehicle. The other people have taken the ILOX. Instead of creating a scene, how can they take the vehicle? I will show them. What other alternative can we use? You know? Next time you can say that what you did is not good. You are going to the city. You didn't need the ILOX. We are going to the village. You should have led the ILOX for us. Then you've done the work. Get to now place it and make headway. This university will take. Okay. So contribute to building your institution. I've mentioned that before. Present yourself and your institution always in the best professional light. It's very important. Oh, you are from where? MT, where is that? Mountain Top University. We are located on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, close to Lagos. Actually, if you are looking for responsible institutions where lecturers and students are well behaved, come to our institution. I mean, you have packaged yourself in the correct light already. You say, oh my God, useless place. So, you are killing both the institution and yourself. So something that you cannot do promptly, delegate. Don't pile up things unnecessarily on your table. God forbid, if you die, the work will continue. So why pile it? Well, look, this thing I can't do, or do this. Then accept responsibility for output in your care. So, they gave me the job. I called Sister Grace, do it. Sister Grace did it. there is some error. They brought it back to us. And no, it's Sister Grace. Oh, next time you call Sister Grace, she will give you an excuse. Daddy, don't be annoyed. Though I have to go somewhere. And then you are done. But if it comes to you, oh, I apologize profusely. I should have looked at this thing. We will correct it and get it back to you. That's responsibility. Sister Grace, that thing that you helped me to do, please let's rework it. This is the comment from the editor. She would have learned something. You, as the senior person, have also learned. Read it before sending it. Okay? So accept responsibility while putting on your slave. Help your collaborators to succeed. Sometimes you are the minor partner on a project. And as minor partner, you might feel a sense of, Shebi is them who is taking the lion's share of the money. Why should I be killing myself? That's a negative sense. Because if the work becomes successful, nobody will ask what proportion of the money you got. Okay? On the Rockefeller tool, we are collaborating with NRI. NRI is the Natural Resources Institute of the University of Greenwich. Okay? Of the $500,000, they are possibly going to take more than $400,000, and we will take less than $100,000 in doing the work. But when people say they won Rockefeller Award, nobody will say how was the money shared. And in my own CV, it would appear there. Rockefeller Foundation Award, $500,000. Okay? So if I help them, NRI, to succeed, then I will benefit somehow. But if I shoot them down, well, maybe they are taking all the money. And so the project was not successful. Then when every time you say, we won Rockefeller Award, maybe the thing was not successful now, are you not there? Again, nobody will ask you how much you got. It's the fact that it was not successful. So help your collaborators succeed. Some examples. This is very old, around 98, 99. We won that grant. It's a DFID grant. One of our very first grants in cassava post-harvest. I used that to develop my first IFS grant, which was, even though the maximum possible was 12,000, I couldn't justify 12,000. So I asked for 7,000 and I got it. For that same proposal, I have a feeling that if I had sent a budget of 12,000, I may have lost it. Because somebody will review it and say, but what does he want to do that he would need 12,000? Okay? And then we built on this cassava fufu commercialization grant to develop SMEs for commercialization of cassava processing. EU grant, 160,000 euros. Then we built on that to win the first phase. The first phase of the Kava project was developed around 2007. We started it in 2008, and it was for $12.8 million US. In order to do this work, it took me 1 year in shuttling between the UK and Nigeria to develop this proposal with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Immediately we won it. The University of Greenwich, on its own volition, requested for me to come there to manage it. So I started a leave of absence there to be the manager for this grant. And that's the first phase. Of course, FUNAB was there. Now, how do you leverage that kind of achievement? Every grant must close logically. Prof. Sanni mentioned this yesterday. You cannot afford hanging grants. You started a grant and you never finish it. It would hang on your neck. The thing is, funding organizations speak with each other at a certain level. And once your institution has a history or track record of not concluding grants, somebody will tell. Okay, so close. Then, of course, promote your institution image always. This is important. Know about other activities and events in your institution and present it to advantage. So it's not just what you are doing. What are other people in your university doing that you can use to advantage?
So if I write a proposal, I wasn't involved in the World Bank Center of Excellence proposal. But anytime I write something and I need to justify why FUNAB should get it, I would say we are a World Bank Center of Excellence in Agriculture and Environment, which is supported by the World Bank with $8 million US. Many people in FUNAB today will mention the CABA grant in their application, not because they are part of the CABA team, but because it looks well in your application to say my institution can handle things like this. Take time to invite your funders and collaborators to your institution so that they can appreciate the environment you operate in. Sometimes when you make justification for certain things, if they haven't been there, they won't appreciate it. In one of our grant applications, we included the purchase of a electricity generator in our budget. And we justified it because the funder had been on our campus before, and they know that we rely on public supply of electricity. Meanwhile, for the work we wanted to do, for the 60 days that we will be doing the experiment, if there is slight take-off by 1 week or by 1 hour, we need to start all over. So they approved it. But that's because they've been to our campus before. And when we wrote it in the proposal, they can envision it happening. Otherwise, they will wonder why you want to buy a generator from their fund. So show your results and those of your colleagues to your collaborators. Let them see what you have been able to do. Always best practice. Best practice is very important. So in terms of leverage, when we started our work on cassava, we realized that as we commercialize cassava, the volume of cassava waste that is being generated increased in specific locations. So we used that new problem to create another proposal. And this time it was funded by the World Bank to the tune of $180,000. By 2007, 2008, we are beginning to have a reputation for cassava research. And we said, oh, we can develop a training package for other scientists, career scientists, in the 8 countries, that's Asia, Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. And we got 1.1 million euros to do that. Do training workshops like this one in several countries in Africa, in the Caribbean, and in the Pacific. Then, of course, our work on cassava waste gave us another EU grant. That's leverage. But we've done this, we need more money to do additional things. This was done only in Ogun State, in Nigeria. This was done in Nigeria and Ghana. Then, of course, the first phase of the CABA project was a market-led project. After the Gates Foundation had funded us for that, they asked for additional money from the EU to promote growth markets in cassava. And we got 3.2 million euros. And now, we have a second phase of the CABA project. Now, by the time we are developing the second phase of the CABA project, new dynamics have come on board. And of course, the Rockefeller Foundation Award. Now, in doing this, in developing the CABA project, there was a number of engagements over the period between 2006 and 2007. Then we won the CABA project. We managed the CABA project and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation lobby
when they brought in the issue of African leadership, that this project should not be resident in the UK. And so Funab was selected because that's where I come from, and I was manager of the Kamafu. So by the time we are getting Kamafu in 2014, Funab became the primary investigator. So while in 2008, the investor of British got 1.6 million, we got a 2.8 million in 2015 to continue the same project. So you can leverage on your success to be more successful. So how do you do that? Segregation of powers is very important. There are small grants and there are large grants. When you have small grants, let colleges, directorates, handle it. It's only large grants that will involve the vice chancellor. You don't need the vice chancellor to be involved in everything. So you need greater autonomy for heads of department, deans and directors to manage those small grants. And of course, you need someone or an office that coordinates all the university's research and development efforts. So that if I need information, I don't have to be going to the individuals who did it. I can just go to the research office and I will have all the information on what is going on in the university. Now, as a faith-based institution, there is a tendency to be conservative. The scholarship is about exceptionality, it's about innovativeness. However, there needs to be what is allowable, there needs to be what is acceptable, and what is not allowable. And that needs to be very clear. If you want to do this kind of work, it's not allowable here. You have to go somewhere else. We're a faith-based institution and we cannot be found doing this like this. That's okay. But if it's within the allowable and acceptable continuum, then allow innovativeness to reign. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience.
Another round of applause. I think you can now understand why we are winning grants in Funab. That's our director for grants. Questions now, because the Vice Chancellor said, thank you very much. He's asking about finally, I will take all the questions, but I can give you one. Before you start traveling like that, you will have assured in the city.